couple of weeks. Nikki, are you there? Can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent. Good to see you. Kyle, would you like to go ahead and do Nikki's intro, and let's get into talking with Nikki.
Great. Yeah, Nikki, thanks for being here. Nikki Hill is a self-described tumbleweed who can be found chasing wildflowers across the western U.S. For the past 9 years, she's been living nomadically out of her truck, gathering seeds and wild tending plants. She writes, "The act of foraging directly connects us to land, an embodied awareness of deeply intertwined relationships. The seeds whisper of continuance. Foraging awareness, such as digging roots when in seed, taking time to bury canes after munching berries, gathering and planting seeds, working with habitat succession and getting the eyes to follow vegetation patterns hold the promise of reclaiming a sense of belonging in the wilderness we roam." And yeah, you can find her Instagram at Walking Roots and her website, walkingroots.net. Nikki, thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah. I've been kind of browsing your Facebook and your Instagram, and it's a pretty interesting lifestyle to be kind of nomadically wild tending.
Yeah.
So do you kind of travel all over the US, or you kind of pick a few select places? And can you just tell us about what it's like being nomadic?
Yeah, well, I've been only in the West. I haven't gone further east yet. I would love to come out east next year, see what it's all about out there. But I started in Eastern Oregon, and then had different hoops that started. So Eastern Oregon, Northern California, a lot of Nevada, and then the past few years, more New Mexico, Colorado. I grew up on the west slope of Colorado. So mostly the West, and particularly the high desert sagebrush steppe places, regions. So I always end up traveling more than I think I would be every year. And it's been this wonderful view and relationship to see landscape patterns across a vast area of the West, and to see how they all kind of walk together, just changing their niches a little bit as you go. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like a gradual shift, right? And you have some overlap in certain areas. And I think that's pretty interesting that each ecosystem kind of affects the next one over.
Yeah, I think that it's impossible to actually disconnect them all. Like the same with a lot of the thoughts and conversations we have these days about being stewards or conservation or any of these things, is that we have all of these ideas of separation, and I think that that's actually impossible. So a part of that feeling is an ideology that's come in that we are separate. And I think that that ideology is also what started how we could have such destructive actions. The only way we could do that is coming from an objectifying perspective. And the only way you can have an objectifying perspective is if you feel separate, you have an ideology that it is not you. So that's a part of what I've been getting hits of from the landscapes I've been wandering in. In particular, I've been following a lot of the roots that people have been tending in these areas forever. All the lomatiums and the Somopteris, the biscuit roots, the yampa, all of the different lilies. I keep finding them in very different places. They start to show me how they just changed their walk, but they're still there. And that continuum has been a part of collaboration with humans forever. And it's also what weaves the wilderness together today. So I think that in our conversations about getting back to our reciprocity and our place with these things, we have to be able to see those things, how we've always been collaborating. And if I take a seed it's not just up to me if that seed makes it. In that way, it's only relationship based. And in that way, I don't have to be worried about making the right decision or having an idea of how I think it needs to be based on what it was, what I think it should be again. That the rest of the world is a dance of provision through joy. And that if we have a little bit of more of that going on in our wanderings, that everything will flow. Like, there's something about like the essence of true collaboration that I feel like I've been very grateful and blessed to be feeling out here, is that it's not all up to us, and that all of the plant people are intelligent, sentient, responsive beings responding to conditions as they're continually changing, just as we are. So, yeah.
Yeah, I really love that point about being in collaboration. We're always affecting our environment in one way or the other. The only question, we're always collaborating, but the only question is, how are we collaborating? Are we doing it in a good way, or maybe a destructive way, or how can we collaborate better? And making sure that we're doing it in a way that's going to be regenerative and replenish the natural resources.
Mm.
Yeah, I can understand those things. I feel like the kind of the gray edge I've been writing is that we have these ideologies of conservation in our minds when we're doing these things, and in part, that's what's in the way. So the collaboration I'm trying to understand and speak to is that if plant communities are shifting based on condition changes, how do I work with what's happening, understanding that those beings are responding to something that's changed and they have a wisdom in that? I think that a lot of our conservation ideas have come from a static viewpoint of climax ecosystems. And I think that that takes away a timeless connection of humans in wilderness, that there is no separation. Like in the past, what was it? I have some notes here because numbers don't. Like, all ecosystems were different in the last 20,000 years. So all of the ecosystems we know today came about with humans as a part of those ecosystems. So the part of us having a fear of being seed bearers or moving with the plants that we love is a part of cutting off that reciprocity. And there's something in there that concerns me if we do that. Like, it's a new idea that wilderness is separate than humans. And I understand why we've had some stop gates in the conservation movement for some of these large scale destructive tendencies, which those all seem to be streamlining and simplifying systems. That could be one way of describing the type of destruction that happens, where it's focused on one thing. So that's a part of the streamlining process, which also streamlines our mentality and our relationship in one dimension. And relationships are always multidimensional. We can see that in our own human relationships. There's lots of nuance that make up the flavor of the relation we have with somebody else. It's the same with the rest of the living world. So I hope that it's coming through clearly, but I feel like that's a part of how we seem to be stuck in a loop of coming up with more and more ideas about how to resolve some of our destructions, is that we need to step back into relating, considering all things at once from a very felt place. And that's a part of why I appreciate the impetus of wanting to connect through foraging, because that's a direct embodiment that has the capability of transcending all ideology. So yeah, I think that the rest of the world is a lot more playful, and it still results in a provision for the rest of life. So a part of why I feel like speaking this is that overall, I think the only answer towards some of these, all of the news of environmental collapse and all these things, is that we have to have more and more direct connections in order to inform us where we're going. Because if we don't have that, we have pages and pages of ideology trying to respond to all of these things we're seeing. Like, part of the work I've been doing for PAY recently is working with land management agencies, and this is the voice I'm trying to bring there. And the thing that's been surprising to me is that, I have to go find references to back up some of the things I'm saying, like, oh, you should pay attention to nesting season. The first thing I always say is you have to know who's already there. And that includes everybody. That includes who you don't think should be there. That includes everybody, because everybody's playing a role and responding to conditions as they are. So first, instead of the ideology, can you just go there and see who's there and what would make sense in this spot, just in this spot where you're standing? What would make sense as a way to be interacting and helping it move in a certain direction? Understanding that that is a subjective process, and subjective process means in relationship. We're reintegrating ourselves as subjects in ecology, rather than coming from an objective place of looking from the outside, being like, oh my God, we messed up so bad, this is how it should be. That's still an objective place to be coming from. So in the land management work, I go researching for references, protocols for some of these things I'm trying to speak to, and I can find 100-page documents for every concern that we could think of in our home, being like, oh, they need to consider this, oh, they need to consider that. But it's too much information to actually be able to move. It's overloaded. So we're in this place where we've given up a lot of our individual relationships that would be informing a cultural tradition that made sense based on firsthand experience that we share together and come up with a way to go. We've traded it to these large organizations that are trying to manage landscapes that they have no relationship to. And the thing that's been surprising to me is to realize they're really trying to respond to everything we could think of. There's a 100-page document for everything. But the point is that we're not going to get there through that information. So it's that objective place is not going to get us to a different way of relating. So we're in this place of using both, but we need to have that other place there or we're lost still. Yeah. Yeah,
you have a way with words of explaining things, but like also inspiring at the same time. I mean, reading your website as well, and the way you explain things, it's very clear, and you can understand it.
Cool.
And I think that's kind of a common theme that keeps coming up throughout this summit, is the humans are sort of this keystone species. We kind of need to be connected in that way with the nature and working with the plants and participating. Nature needs our participation as well. And, if we lived more closely in relationship with the natural lands, then we would naturally be doing a lot of the management of those lands that, pretty much falls on this small group of ABC organizations that are, completely overworked, because there's just so many acres and acres of land that is like a small group of people that are managing it. And so, I can see how they can get so caught up in trying to fix all these problems, because they're just so overworked and they can't even just take a step back and realize that it's all part of the bigger picture here.
Yeah, and the other thing is that we end up using really broad brushstrokes. So if you're not directly in relation, and when I say in relation, I don't mean sitting in a place and having ideas of how you think it should be, but actually spending time there, a place that's outside of the head, but is embodied just by the presence there. We're all capable of that still. Doesn't matter, it doesn't go away. That's still who we are. So we end up using these broad brush strokes because we also have this impetus that we need to manage and fix everything. And so the response is to be like, we need to do forest thinning everywhere because it's too full from all the logging that happened. Or it just gets muddled really quickly. Or like, this plant is taking over here, so now it's invasive everywhere, and we're applying that everywhere it might occur with no understanding of what's going on in that place, what happened in that place, which dynamics have changed, and do I need to be having a value judgment if I'm not there in it, understanding what's going on. This is the other part of collaboration, is that really, really understanding that the rest of the world is highly intelligent, responsive, and wise, and we're here by their grace. That's why we're here. So I can't be looking at a place that I think is I don't really think this anymore, but I can't look at a scene that seems overgrown with something and assume that I know better. I can say, I'm here. These plants must be here because some dynamic, some fundamental flow function has changed. A part of that, we can step back and look and be like, wow, look at the degree of fragmentation that has happened. Because in part because we've gotten used to thinking in private property square boxes, right? So that's every edge is fragmentation. And the thing about edges is that, you know, they're one of the sites of the greatest biodiversity is an edge habitat. So outside of our towns and our cities, you're actually having this little disturbance that's going on. Disturbance creates biodiversity. It does. That's a part of our human scale disturbances from our digging and stuff like that is a part of what created the diversity. Even in the Great Basin areas I've been in, this is a part of that. So we have this fragmentation of all of these edges, and then, you know, we think that like, oh, they're so messy. It's supposed to be this set of biodiversity going on, and we're also looking at one point in time to where this idea of succession is flawed in a lot of ways. In one way, because we took it as a linear. We've internalized it as a linear process that always goes in one direction, but it doesn't. Nothing goes in one direction in life. It always has the capacity to go in many different directions, depending on the relation of the disturbance, timing, frequency, intensity, amount, all kinds of things, you know? So these edges have a lot going on with them. And we see them as messy because we're looking for some sort of continuance. And I think that some of these edges are messy because they are re-knitting that continuance together. And a well-knitted landscape is not going to have the same pattern everywhere, especially with this degree of fragmentation, especially with this degree of water diversion and all these things that have happened. It's going to be messy. And this point in time that we're at is one moment in time in a process that takes a while. We don't know how long it takes. Like if you clear cut a forest, at first you have all this raucous growth, right? You have all that in the Pacific Northwest. You have all the caneberries coming up, along with the little fir trees, along with everybody else. And you have that going on about 10, 15 years. And then you start to get that little stick forest where all the undergrowth goes away underneath. Wait 10 more years, 15 more years, some of those trees start to fall over. You have all the gaps that start to open, all those gap dynamics start to play, and you start to have this different community coming in. So this is what I'm talking about working with, is that things will happen in their own time, and that's okay. And we can't actually overcome that time scale for some of these changes. No matter how much we try to take out what we think shouldn't be there, it's going to continue being there. In part, maybe because we're still pursuing the same disturbance regime that created it in the first place. Like if we really want to start looking at it, we have to take the judgment out of it to really just be paying attention to what's going on. You know, if we go in there and we rip out all of these things that we think shouldn't be there, that might just be resetting the stage for them to continue being there, because they're there for reasons, because these conditions are the way that they are. No one else can actually be here in that way right now. And there's lots of people who are dedicating their lives to doing this kind of research. It just isn't in the cultural understanding yet, because there's always a lag with information to cultural understanding. So my vote again is that our direct experiences, we have the opportunity to close that gap on that lag of where we're going. And a part of that is just absolutely that integrated firsthand experience. and being grateful that things are continuing to come up with the amount of altercation that's been going on, with the amount of climate that's shifting and becoming more jagged in the spring and the fall. Everything is shifting. It always is. So maybe that's a part of our challenge at this point in time, is how do we do that with grace with everybody else here? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of really interesting points there. I know a lot of people can tend to have an idea that they think, that it has to be this way, and instead of see, I kind of come from a permaculture background as well. So, being a permaculturist, when we go to people's properties, we don't draw up on a piece of paper and try to figure out how to force that into that way. Instead, we kind of look, oh, you have a slope here, maybe we could, use that, or you have these plants here, maybe we could, help them out in this way. And in that way, you're not forcing your will upon it, but instead, like you said, it's collaborating rather than, I don't really know what the word would be for it. Being a tyrant, I guess.
Yeah.
Trying to, dictate, the way things need to be.
I think a part of that comes from it's like an anxiety response from a deep felt grief that ends up getting projected in different ways. So I feel like our working with landscapes isn't really different than working with ourselves. So a part of it is working with this deep-seated grief of how separate we could be to cause this level of destruction. So one thing that comes to mind for me is like, this idea of use is kind of a dead relationship. It's one direction. Like, we have to start looking at some of our language because it does things in our thinking and our feeling. So the idea of use is a dead relationship. It means you take something, you hope it comes back, but this idea of integrating is not just a use. Like, I want to be reciprocal and encourage the abundance and diversity of everyone that I love. Like, I have to actually fall in love with who I'm working with, these plant people I'm working with. And I think that's an undervalued place to be coming from for going forward with these things. Like, we can bring up examples of people from around the world, how we're understanding that a lot of the wilderness was definitely not pristine and untouched by humans. It was a co-creation. It always has been, So if we're understanding that, we can be okay with moving forward in that way, and some of our focus for wanting things to stop or to be different might be, stopping the same kind of simplified resource extraction that's been going on, because at that scale, that's important to stop. At the small scale of you having your relationship in reciprocity with what you're foraging, what you want to tend, you should go from here. Everybody, all of the rest of the world is your comrade. Everybody's going towards more biodiversity, over time. And it's not done with a logical plan. I don't think the beavers have a plan that they're going to provide for everybody, but somehow they still do. Somehow they still do. And we're a part of that flow too. We are, So in that way, I've learned a lot about the things about how to tend to some of these plants in the Great Basin area, by watching them, by being taught some things. I also see large areas of them at certain elevations disappearing. They're not coming up anymore. We have these false springs that happen in February, and these long-lived roots, they live 20 to 100 years or more, and they come up in the spring when it warms up about February, and then it gets cold again and they go back to sleep. They're not coming up again that year. They're done. And these roots are holding a lot of nutrition to be able to do that for a while. I don't know exactly what happens. A part of all of this is we don't know exactly what happens. But how many seasons can they do that without actually getting to blooming, before that root starts to give out? So I'm watching these these plants. And what I'm sensing from them from that relation is they need to be brought higher up in elevation if I want to have them around. Because the higher elevation is creating this buffering. It's tempering some of those jagged shifts that we're seeing with the climate unsettled. So that's my response. And I can't wait too long for that. You know, I can't know everything about what's supposed to happen in order to move. This is the part of coming from here, trusting that it will be okay, that it's not all up to us to organize how it needs to be, you know? So, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sitting here and just wondering, for like a lot of people that might, just be beginning forager, when you don't know anything about plants or the natural world and you're just getting into foraging, it's always like, oh, what can I take? What can I get? So maybe you could speak to a little bit of advice about how does somebody get from that mentality to a place of reciprocity and knowing how to reciprocate with each different plant that you might be taking from. How do you complete, because the relationship has to go both ways. It can't just be I take from you or you take from me. It has to go both ways, and that's how the relationship is formed, right? So how do we develop that?
Well, I think that like some of my favorite people to work with or talk to are people who don't know anything. I think that we have a cultural feeling that we need to know something. We need to be an expert. That it doesn't just belong to all of us, this ability to be living in reciprocity. So part of what I think is maybe just starting from the place of reciprocity. Like I love foraging. I'm very blessed and gifted at these spontaneous abundances in my journeys, but I'm just a seedy lady. Like that's been my focus. I go after the seeds. It brings me so much joy just to be carrying that continuance. And so I would say maybe to start from there. I think that part, the part of the reciprocity, the wild tending, the giving back is the part that has the greatest potential for healing our own relationship, and healing the relationship out there. I think that the results of coming from that place first will not be it'll be a synergistic effect towards the world that we have. It won't just be linear. Like if so many people do this, then things will start to change. I'm not sure that it actually works that way in a linear fashion either. I think that there's too many dynamics going on in this big mystery for us to know what kind of healing in that way, where we're starting from a place of just of loving that the rest of the world is here with us. And from there, understanding that everything is a great giveaway, everything. And a part of what we've done is we removed ourselves from that ideologically in this idea of use, right? I need resources, I need use, I need these things, and that's a part of the culture we were born into. So none of this is a judgment in any of ourselves. That's another part of our conditioning that's happened, is we internalize it to always be the fault of the individual, where we're forgetting how much of a social creature we are. So we're birthed in this culture that started in our generations with this brutal start of tearing ourselves away from that great giveaway. And I think that the reciprocity was a big part of that, to be made afraid to give back, because I can go without a permit and forage some things in public lands. There isn't a permit for me to plant them. I can't get one. Systemically, that's missing from our structures. We have to demand that they be brought back from our own actions, because otherwise we're lost. So my encouragement for new people is, always give back more than you take. But the main thing is fall in love. Allow yourself to fall in love and let that guide you. You're not going to take too much if you're in love. If you're really in love, you know? So.
Yeah, and it just kind of changes your outlook. It's not like you don't see it as like a resource necessarily, that, like you said, can be used, but you see it as your relative,
Yeah.
you know, that can provide for you and you can provide for it. And, you know, each person has its own role and its own strengths and its own, you know, characteristics, when
Yeah.
used properly.
Yeah, everybody's got their own you know, if you treat the plant friends as another human friend, you know, or anybody, the rock friends, the animal friends, everybody's got their certain particulars that they like. They'll like to be tickled in a certain way. They, you know, like you just get to know those things. Look at it that way, you know. Because I think that if we're looking at a picture from now, trying to understand this deep grief of wanting to put things back as they were, the picture that we're offered for all of this is always flawed in some way. It's muddled in some way. Like I can't have cottonwoods and willows on the rivers in the Southwest desert if there's a dam on all of those rivers, and they're being diverted so much that they're drying out. So much of the river flows underneath the ground before there's any flow on top. So I can't have cottonwoods and willows if I don't have that spring flooding going on anymore. So I'm grateful to the tamarisk and the Russian olive that come up, because they have a different nature. They have different ways they can itch things, like to be tickled, can work with things. They have these roots that go down deeper to a sinking water table, to following that sinking water table. They don't need the spring flooding in order to germinate. Like willow's seed is only viable for like 48 hours, in part because it's photosynthetic. That's how it germinates. Fascinating. So they're really, really dependent on that spring flooding that you're not getting with a dam, especially if all of the other use needs to be accommodated first. So you don't have that spring flooding coming. You're not going to have willows. They have no chance of germinating. They like to be within 48 hours. Their timing, that beautiful dance has to be perfect for them to do this. And their timing, they're wise, they're waiting. They know how to do it at the right time, given the opportunity. So they seed, and the spring flooding comes down and it scratches them on all of the rocks of the banks. A lot of the sediment's being pushed down by that spring flood. So you have this more rocky area. That's where you'll see all the willows and cottonwoods coming up. If you don't have that, you won't see them. You'll see the other ones that don't need that, you know? And I'm so glad that they're there holding those banks together. And if I really want willows and cottonwoods back there, I might need to start letting that spring flooding happen, you know? I might also try to just step in a place of benevolence, understanding that the rest of the world is benevolent. And that maybe if I want to plant some other things there, I'm going to use succession in this way, in a nonlinear fashion. I'm going to plant in the shade that is offered. I've seen this in my wanderings more times than I can count. Like in Nevada, there's this little creek I was camping on for over a week, and every morning, just so many beautiful little birds, all these cedar waxwings, and I forget the other guys. I was focused on them. But we're there for a week, and it's a little creek in the desert. I mean, very different than the east, you know. It's not all lush and green. But so they have these little creeks, and there'll be this, you know, narrow riparian areas, and Russian olives all through there, and these cedar waxwings every morning, watching them chirping, eating the Russian olive seeds. They're loving it. And then I also noticed that the currants are growing underneath the Russian olives. And in the rest of my travels in that area, I don't see currants growing anywhere. I don't see them growing in the exposed banks. I see them under the Russian olives every time. So while I was camping out there, these researchers from Davis came out, and they were like, yeah, there's a lot of intense bird diversity in this little canyon. So we came out to study it, you know, and we're sitting there and we're like, oh, well, we've been watching them. They wanted to know what they were eating. So they were setting up bug traps to see what kind of bugs were there. And we said, we've been watching them eat the Russian olives every day, all morning long. but there's something in there that made them uneasy to consider that, you know? So I just wonder with some of these ideologies, does that mean that a place gets some attention because there's this biodiversity happening, but then we come in thinking that it needs to be a different way? We're going to take away that biodiversity that people are using to eat right now. There's no studies done on actually showing how Russian olive is invasive. I think that term is a judgmental term that we should stop using actually entirely. Lots of studies done on how people will say it's an inferior forage. So this is this idea of use again kind of thing too. So if it's inferior forage, we should take it out and everybody should be able to just wait 10 years until we grow the proper forage for the wildlife to eat. That doesn't make any sense. I would starve in 10 years if you took my food away. You know, if we decided agriculture was just a horribly wrong move, so we're going to take it away and wait till the wild things grow back up, we're all dead, you know? So it's just, again, that relationship of kin with everybody of like, you know, that's where the currents are coming back. And in Nevada, like that was the site of the gold rush, the other metal rushes, everything, like so much happened in that state, in that region, all about the same time, late 1800s. And often our conservation goals are set just after a lot of that destruction happened. So we have a false point in time that we're referencing too. So I go on lots of tangents. I hope people are enjoying this.
Yes, definitely. Definitely.
Okay.
And yeah, you have the chat lighting up here. Are you up for taking a couple of questions?
Yes.
Yeah, great. Let's see what we have here. Yeah, well, it's not really a question, but we have woman animalistic in the chat saying for me, it's connecting. The connecting is working with the plant spirit and what is going to be to help with the constant shift. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's kind of similar. I was thinking, well, I was kind of wondering what kind of, do you, like when you're wild tending, do you have like a strategy? I mean, or do you just base it on observation? Like you go and, you know, you have all your different seeds and you just see a perfect place and you're like, well, that looks like a great place to plant these seeds that I have right here. And then it's kind of like spontaneous.
Yeah, I'd say it's probably a mix of spontaneity and some like winter like dreaming about what I might like to do, and then it always pans out differently than you think. So I don't know. It's like I have certain things I set out to do, is like kind of getting to know where I'm seeing the specific plants I want to work with, you know. Getting to know what they like, and then kind of wondering where I'm going to see that, kind of like getting the eyes to see that where that happens again in the landscape. So I'm kind of listening to them to tell me where might be a good place to go. So some of it's my observations, some of it is just response to getting that vision, and then I'm somewhere else and I see that vision again. I'm like, oh, this is perfect, you know. So I don't have it all planned out. I have certain starts, you know, of ideas of like, yeah, I think some of these beings needs to be moved up, some populations to higher elevations, because I can see them not doing so well now here. Or other ones, I like Yampa is a very good friend of mine. I followed her all across the West. And I went up to Yampa Valley in Colorado, named after her. Forest Service botanists that I would talk to there, nobody knew who Yampa was, because we've forgotten. So a lot of these routes I've been following, the BLM Forest Service people don't know them, because that was a human relation with people who were living there with them before. And if you've taken in this, you've superimposed a different use that took that one out. So you're not seeing some of these things, but these plants wove those landscapes together. So in the Yampa Valley, it's all coal mining and ranching. That whole valley, I could tell, was probably used to be just beautiful. Beautiful Yampa habitat right down to the river. I couldn't find her at all there. I was there for 2 weeks. Where I ended up finding her was way up some side creek, up in the mountain, a higher elevation. And so some of these people are existing in these remnant patches outside of where would have been their main habitat, because we couldn't bring the plow there. It wasn't good graze. You know, these other uses didn't preclude their presence. So with her, I've gathered her seeds. I brought in different Yampa seeds too, and put them together. Like we have this, these ideas of species, which was a language we came up with to understand things, and it's useful, right? Different species. But I don't think that's the only way that things are working. I think different plants can cross when they want to, based on conditions. I don't think that in coming up with our species categorizations that we actually have tried to cross all of these plants. And that maybe they would do it when we're not looking, you know? So just remembering again, this hubris. So some of my ideas is this idea of, if we have a lot of these remnant patches going on, a part of our conservation thinks that we should leave those remnant patches alone, isolate the genetics. And I think a part of that is kind of the heirloom ideology of agriculture. Not understanding that these processes of speciation and differentiation go in both directions. They come into a narrowing selection, and then they also come into a diversifying. Both of those things are equally important. So to me, it seems like we're in more of this needing to allow the gene bank to open, so that it has all of those beings have all of the tools in their seed banks for what they might need with a shifting climate. And that way, it's not up to me ultimately who makes it, what characteristics they have that make it. I get to take myself out of that process of determining what should happen, because I don't know. I don't know what should happen with them. What I do know is that probably some of them are lonely. And if they had some more mixing going on, they would work it out themselves, you know? So I think that it brings up these interesting gray area of domestication versus non-domestication. And they're both, everything's a relationship. The process of domestication is a relationship too. Like why corn doesn't come growing on the banks when it's been growing in the same place for 1,000 years or more, you know, or more, you know. A part of that is just we've made this relationship where we were so close with them for so long that they don't want to do it without us, or they're not quite sure how to. They might figure it out later if we stopped doing stuff, you know. It's not a one-way street. It's not a one-way process or relating. Things can go back to feral. Land races was something I worked with when I was doing seed saving when I had a farm. And the land races was all about just introducing as many genetics, getting 10 different heirlooms together and growing them out together. And then selecting the ones that did it without water, you know? And I like to eat them still. So that's part of the things I work with. It's just that understanding of I just want to give them everything they might need to make it in these areas that they're at. I'm going to move them to a north slope or higher in elevation, some of these populations. And yeah, those kinds of things, and just work with that.
Yeah.
But I don't have an overall thing. I'll tell you one more story though. So I've had it brought to my attention the fact that a lot of the bears disappeared from Nevada. There used to be a lot more brown bears and grizzlies, but brown bears. And I've been thinking about from my conversations with my auntie about planting bear trails in Nevada to help them bring them back into the hand of God there. It's all basin and range. So you have these big basins and then the ranges there. And so we were talking about how there's still bears up in the Sierras and Tahoe, and there's still bears up in Idaho. And if we could just follow the creeks down and plant the food that they want, most of the sweetness has been taken off the land from the mining. So there's lots of things missing that we're not seeing there anymore. We're not seeing the currents. We're not seeing all these things that would grow in the riparian areas that was the sweetness of the land. So I've set out trying to look for that kind of this last year that I was out just scouting to see what that might look like. What were good creeks? How do you get them across the basins? And what I kept finding was beavers everywhere I went, looking for that. So then I started to understand the deeper levels of collaboration was that this is me going out seeking some idea or some felt thing, and then having the world show me how it wants to collaborate or how it might already be doing it, you know? So then I just get to work with the flow that's happening rather than having to instigate my idea about it, because I don't know exactly how it's supposed to work. But I start to see the beavers on these creeks. Every creek I go to look at, I go out to the middle of nowhere and there's the beaver creeks there again. And then I start to find out that the bears have actually started to come back along those same places I was looking. So this is life speaking to us, you know? I can't take credit for all of that, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. It's a different perspective about you know, how to interact with the land in that way. And we have another question here that's kind of related to that similarly. Mikura is asking, how could we all interact positively with our own home spaces in a way that contributes to your message and might help us grow in the way we touch other landscapes or interactions?
Well, I'm not very good at nailing guidelines down, but I would just say if you just come from a playful place, just start interacting. Resist the temptation to think that you need to be an expert, that you even need to know who somebody is, that you even need to have a name for them. It might be a really interesting practice to just start from a place of looking, of just being curious, and start to see what gets shown to you, what glimpses you get. You know, we end up coming up with ideas, and that's fine. That's a part of the process we're doing. But how to allow a little more space where you're not doing that. So don't think that you need to. I mean, by all means, feel free to pick up whatever tools you want to. Plant ID, you know, names, ecology stuff, land management stuff, like all of it goes in, you know. But the translation, remain curious. Remain in a place of just wanting to see. Like, just because I know your name, I might have some assumptions that I know who you are, or I've seen some of your posts, or hear you speak once, you know, or people hear me speak once, you know, they start to have an idea of who I am. But we don't actually know. The relating process is that deepening process of getting to know. So not to anchor our first impressions or assumptions in our relating. That's what I would kind of suggest as a guideline. Very open. Just be curious and start there, because I think that we're in a time of land management has become this thing that's such this big process. It needs to be informed by all of these little understandings here. We need that part. So yeah, that's what I'd say.
Yeah, just start and get out there and see what you can find, and you know, touch things and look at things and look under rocks and just have fun, right?
Yeah, be a little kid again.
Yeah.
I think we've gotten too much pressure to hurry up and grow up and be adults, and then we're supposed to know how things go. And I'm not, you know, we're not there yet. It's okay.
And every adult's pretty much just pretending they know what they're doing, huh?
Ah, it's such a burden. Such a burden. Yeah.
So the next question here is from Jen Davis. Says, this is something that makes sense to me intrinsically and instinctively. I think it's kind of, well, maybe Jen, you can pop in there more about what you're referring to exactly. But she's asking for advice if you know how to help others understand it. And then how can we best share and spread this vital message far and wide?
I think we start by continuing to allow ourselves to do it. I don't know. I think that there's this, sometimes we want to know how to do it or what the message is before we're actually doing it. Like my auntie would say that she had an availability accountability problem, that she could be available to be teaching you and showing you how to do all these things, but she wasn't as accountable because she wasn't out doing them in some of the ways when she was spending too much time just talking about it. So I think that us just starting from our place of doing it, getting together and focusing on that in groups together. Like I would love to have more collaborative meetings of playing in that way and conversing and seeing what other people are seeing, you know, like sitting with people and asking them what glimpses they get or what they've had from where they are, you know, and just trying to keep in mind that there's a strong impulse to want to be an authority or to have something solid to offer, and that's not always possible, and that's okay. It's okay that we don't know yet, you know. So I don't know, that's kind of what I guess I would suggest, is just like doing that in yourself, giving yourself permission to do that yourself, and then keeping that in mind when you're doing it with other people, you know, and your experiences will start to speak through you from doing them, you know. So we don't have to worry about what the message is. We just start living there, and then we all start to have that, we all get the message, you know, if we all start living there. Yeah.
Yeah. There's another question here. Forrest Ravi's wondering about the advantages of narrowing the gene pool versus diversifying. Is there a specific time that one would be better than the other?
I don't know. I mean, it depends on the observation point, right? So this is the other thing that I think is good to bring in, is that is the subjective versus objective. So often our inquiries are trying to have an objective understanding, but it's not possible, because there isn't one thing good, one thing bad. It doesn't actually exist. That's an objective point to be coming from. It's just to want to have something good or something bad, something right or something wrong. So subjectively, we're putting ourselves back in the place of being a part of it all, understanding that a part of how these wildernesses were created before with humans have been tended forever, still are, you know, is from within that circle as a subject. So if you are a subject in something, you will be making your own decisions about when that's to happen or not, based on the relationship you're having. But overall, I don't know how to say that now's the time to isolate and now's the time to open. I mean, there isn't one way of doing that. So I've been focused on the you know, the opening the gene pool or stocking the tool shed, as I've put it before. I just want my children to have all the tools in their tool shed. They can use them however they want to. You know, I don't know how they'll need to use it then. But in part because of all the fragmentation and our conservation patches are, you know, getting smaller and smaller, and landscape flow and populations happen through a flow, a reknitting, you know. So I don't know exactly how that reknitting happens, but I know that if we're in a place where we have these small patches left, that isolation doesn't seem to be the answer to me, you know. But I will be making those decisions case by case as I'm spending time there as a subject. Yeah.
So it's almost like not one particular one has an advantage over another, but it's more about seeing the advantage of whatever is currently happening in that particular area, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Like if I see most of this patch isn't making it anymore, because oh god, we have a couple of droughts, we had like intense heat when it was supposed to be more moist, you know, usually with more moist. And wow, these guys, they flowered, but they didn't quite make it to seed, you know. And now this has happened like 5 years now. You know, they're not, something expressing the ability to handle this shift is not showing up there. That might be a case where I would be like, well, I'm going to bring in these other genetics from a place that's, you know, been living in drought. This used to be a moisture one. These guys have been living with drought a lot longer, like more drought, you know. I don't know. It seems like a good idea to let you guys figure it out together. Can I offer you something else? You know, there's one way someone could be looking at it, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, and we're coming up, getting pretty close to the time. We got about 5 minutes left here. So maybe if you want to kind of share about any kind of workshops you got coming up, or where can people find you if they want to collaborate with you? How can people get in touch and learn more?
Yeah, I haven't been doing very much teaching. I'm teaching at Winter Count, primitive skills gathering. I think that's sold out. We'll be doing a little camping afterwards with the spring bloom coming. So people can reach me through Facebook, which is Nikki Hill. I have a website, which is walkingroots.net. You can find my email and my phone number there. You're welcome to just call me. Yeah, so the website, Facebook, Instagram, I just started. It's let's see, what was it? Walking.roots. And at some point I can put on my, I haven't done much with the website, but I can put up links to podcasts I've done with some other wonderfully, beautifully heartfelt people who are exploring these things in these veins. So, yeah.
Yeah, and everybody in the chat here is like thanking you, and just for all of this wonderful knowledge that you've provided. If we have any last minute questions, go ahead and pop them in the chat here. Bryan's putting all your links in there for everybody else.
Thank you.
And yeah, well, we do have a comment here from Jen Davis. And she says, thank you, this is helpful. I think when I share, I often focus too much on what my audience wants to hear rather than just being present and playful and open.
Yes. This is hard for us because we're the social creatures who want acceptance. And I do too, but you know, we all want to be accepted for everything that we are. So it's good practice to be sharing. Yeah, I feel you.
And that's how we kind of come to actually know each other better, is by when we are open and honest and share like that. And that, deepens the relationship. And it's not, it's not just some random person or just a tree, but, we get to know each other, by name and by how this person is, by their essence and everything.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess I missed one of these questions in here. Let me see if I can find it.
There's a question from Clay.
Yeah, I got it here.
Got it.
And Clay's saying that he's seen birds feed on the non-native autumn olives and ignore the native high bush cranberry that they are supposed to be eating. Have you seen anything like that?
I mean, I think everybody else is like these foragers too, who sniff out good food and eat it, So I'm not sure how much there's still so much misunderstood about the native, non-native thing going on. There's a bigger conversation happening than we understand, but yeah, I think everybody's figuring it out. Everybody else lives in a shifting world too. So maybe they eat one of them at a different time of year, or somebody else decided, I don't know. Maybe they all got hooked on more sugar for a couple of seasons. I'm not really sure. Yeah. I haven't noticed, I haven't really had observations about one totally selecting one over the other. I've just kind of seen them eating different things.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for participating, Nikki. We're at the top of the hour here. So if anybody else has some questions or something, they can reach out to you and get in contact at the links that Bryan put in there.
Yes, please, anytime.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for being here and the work that you do, and actually having a heart for this sort of thing.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's fun to share with you all. Yeah.
It was really great to hear from you, Nikki, and get to see you over Zoom. And that message was incredible. And it was so great that Kelly recommended you. And, you know, I feel like we got to have a whole nother couple of hours with you at some point, definitely for next year. But yeah, just so much of my journey around, you know, plants and native ecology and the quote unquote invasives and all that, you know, Kelly shifted that a lot for me, listening to her over the years, and just listening to you more talk about it as somebody who's really engaged directly with it, like for, you know, years and years and years, and it's just so like boots on the ground with it. I just think that perspective has so much value for shifting people's mindsets. So thank you for sharing everything that you shared. And hope to keep the conversation going in future chats.
Yeah, absolutely. Look forward to it.
Definitely. And you guys, I put the links in the chat for Nikki, where you can find her on Instagram and you can find her website and everything. So go ahead and check that out. And people were absolutely loving this talk, by the way. It was just getting such high praises in the chat. So yeah, it was really, really wonderful. All right. So yeah, we're at just over 4:02. Just to reset everything, we're at the Forager Summit. You're in the right place. And we have about 3 more hours of programming for you. I'm actually going next. I'll be giving a presentation about foraging myself. And I will also, before I begin, I want to give a shout out to our sponsor, Maggie, so that we can play her ad right quick and y'all can check that out. And just big thanks to everybody who has been a part of this so far, who's volunteered their time, and for all the guests out there who are listening in, and no doubt getting tons of information and inspiration from this. So thank you very much.
We were all born with these incredible bodies and this natural ability to not just repair and restore itself, but to adapt and thrive. We are perfectly designed to achieve not just homeostasis, but also a long, happy life. When you look back at hunter-gatherers throughout time and today, it just seems they have it better, doesn't it? On some level, we all know that the diet and nutrition we see most common today isn't what we truly need. Processed foods, sugar, corn syrup, food in boxes just isn't how we were designed. Our roots, our genetic roots, ate from the earth. We ate in small windows when we had food, we lifted heavy things from time to time, we ran from predators once in a while, we played all the time, and we were always moving. But most of all, we were connected to the earth, to the seasons, to the area we were in, and we weren't alone. So what I'm here to tell you is that I want you to reconnect with your environment. I want you to eat what is smart. I want you to move and play as much as you can, and to work out the way that feels right for you. I want you to push yourself from time to time. And when truly getting back to basics seems complicated to navigate, you don't have to do it alone. My name is Maggie Brown, and I want this for all of us. Go to my website and see how I'm helping so many of us get back to our roots.
All right. Thank you, Maggie Brown, for sponsoring this, for helping us bring this to you guys all for free and for donations. We really appreciate every bit of support that we got. And I'll be queuing up my presentation now.
Yeah, and I'll go ahead and do your introduction here, Bryan. Bryan here is actually a good friend of mine and a teacher. I've learned a lot of it a lot from him. He's an avid forager and permaculturist who leads events on wild food foraging, land stewardship, and ecotherapy. He holds a master's degree in counseling psychology, which he fuses with his passion for earth care to facilitate therapeutic nature connection experiences. He has practiced and studied foraging extensively with many top-level teachers across the country. His mission is to build healing ecosystems to bring communities into a balanced relationship with the earth and one another. And you can find him on Instagram at Healing Ecosystems, or you can sign up for his mailing list at healingecosystems.com/foraging. Yeah, so I'm really looking forward to hearing what you have to say today, Bryan. As always, I've learned so much from you. So with that, I will let you take it away.
All right. Thank you, Kyle. I appreciate the introduction, man. I appreciate you just helping keep me inspired, man. So thank you. It goes both ways. Yeah, so welcome everybody. You've heard me talk plenty, but I'll reintroduce myself. My name is Bryan Bramlett, and I founded an organization called Healing Ecosystems. And yeah, I'll be chatting with you guys about just some foraging basics today. This is a presentation that sort of weaves in some of the ecotherapy concepts, as well as some just really basic foraging. I think even if you know these plants that I'm talking about in this presentation, you'll no doubt learn a little bit more about them and hopefully be inspired to go collect them. And if you don't know them, then you'll definitely be getting a ton of information about how to actually identify and collect them. And these are also species that are very, very widely distributed. So this presentation is geared towards sort of a universal audience, which I think is the beauty of these Zoom presentations, even though it's odd that we're talking about foraging over Zoom, which is such an embodied, earth connected activity. I think it's still just beautiful that we get to connect with so many different kinds of people, like at this summit, when we normally, it'd be really hard to bring these kind of people together, especially in the dead of winter. So with that, yeah, let's jump into the presentation. So you should be seeing my screen right now. And this is a wonderful picture taken by my friend Frankie of what's to come with my organization, which is we're really trying to do some healing of ecosystems. And this is a mushroom microremediation project that we're working on. And here we were all inoculating various substrate with wine cap mycelium in order to create these burlap sacks that then become mycofiltration filters. So they basically, the water that runs through them, which is often really heavily polluted with E. coli in our region, can then be attracted to the mycelial substrate and be then removed from the water over. It's basically attracted to the mycelium. You can remove those burlap sacks from the water and basically keep the E. coli out of the water and be harvesting large amounts of E. coli out of water. That said, that's a very, very large project and that's still in the works. So I'm not going to be talking very much about the technicalities of that. Luckily, I have an awesome team. These people you see in the picture here, who are just incredible stewards, mycologists, aquatic environment experts. And I basically have the privilege of being able to bring them all together so that we can do this kind of work. But really interesting. Definitely follow the mailing list and follow me on Instagram and Facebook at Healing Ecosystems, and more to come about that in the future. But it's really exciting projects that are underway, and just shout outs to all those people who are helping out with that. I like to start things with a quote, and Robin Wall Kimmerer is one of my favorite people to quote. This is from Braiding Sweetgrass, and Robin Wall Kimmerer writes, "For all of us, becoming indigenous to a place means living as if your children's future mattered. To take care of the land as our lives, both material and spiritual, depended on it." And that quote just I think hits the core of everything, in a place where so many of us are struggling to find meaning, to find our roots, to connect with ancestry and whatnot. We can really be leaving a living legacy in terms of treating the land in a really, really respectful way. So I love Robin Wall Kimmerer's words for conveying those kind of hard to get at subjects. Definitely read that book if you haven't, or listen to it on audiobook. 1 second, I'm going to move the screen so I can see my presentation more properly. All right, perfect. So these are a couple of questions that I just want us to hold throughout the presentation. And this is something for the whole summit to kind of hold. And I think a lot of our amazing presenters are touching on this so beautifully. So the questions are, how foraging support the planet? And I think we've heard a lot about that so far, and we'll hear a lot about that to come. So just a question that I want us to hold. And then also, how does foraging support ourselves and community? And some of that will be answered throughout this presentation. And it's just a broader question for us to be holding and reflecting on. So foraging basics. Food and medicine is close at hand, almost everywhere, most anytime. A lot of herbalists, I'm not sure who it originally said this, but will say that all of the medicine you need is probably growing in your backyard right now. And the more that I apply that in my everyday life, the more that I find that to be true, whether it's going out and harvesting white pine needles for bronchial health, or harvesting chickweed when it's really cold outside to get a little bit of vitamins and minerals in my system, to working with the poke plant that grows natively around here that has some toxicity but is also extremely medicinal, has been worked with for a long time. There's so much medicine, and we have been so disconnected from it, somewhat seeming to be on purpose at times. Not to ascribe too much maliciousness to people, but there is sort of this disconnection that's happening where it's almost like people don't want us to know about this stuff. So I think I'm kind of preaching to the converted, but just to say there's a lot of food and medicine all around you, even the dead of winter time. Positive identification is important, but it's not that hard usually. This is pretty basic, but you don't have to know every single plant that's growing out there, every single mushroom, every single nut or berry. It's just important to know the one that you are identifying at that time and proceed with a level of caution once you've confirmed those things and you can partake in that plant in a certain way. And yeah, just to kind of break apart some of that worrying about, having to know every single plant or having to know everything before you can participate. I think foraging is an amazing way to be able to just touch in very naturally with your landscape, and especially with people who are so nomadic these days. It's very common for people to move around really frequently in their lives. So I think foraging provides this way to just touch into the garden that is around us and also be in a reciprocal relationship with tending that place. And then this is something I could go on about for a really long period of time, but this conversation isn't totally geared to it, but it's basically gathering plants in urban areas is safer than you think. I teach a lot of urban foraging. I really came up doing a lot of my foraging in the Bay Area, which is a notoriously beautiful, but also polluted environment in certain ways. And so I've done a lot of research on this subject, and you can find some of my writings on this at my frequently asked questions section of the healingecosystems.com website. So if you want to check out any of the studies around urban foraging, around picking fruits in the city, around gathering roots and things like that, there's some good information on that frequently asked questions section that you can definitely tap into and read some studies for yourself if you're that kind of person who wants to learn. All right, so as I said, I come from a somatic psychology counseling background, and I'm weaving in some of those concepts into my foraging work, and it's also things that could be very helpful for you. So the reticular activation system, or the RAS, is basically a system of the brain that's been studied pretty extensively, and it's that part of us that focuses on things. So the common example is if you're looking into, say, buying a new car, and you're really looking at orange cars. All of a sudden, when you go out driving, you're going to see orange cars all over the place, and that's your reticular activation system at work. And it's really amazing. It can make you focus on really positive things. It can make you focus on negative things as well. But we begin to have a choice when we recognize this thing. So the old saying goes, what we focus on grows. Where attention goes, energy flows, right? So if we know that we can choose what we're focusing on, then we can begin to focus on that more. We can focus our attention on the things that we want. Now, how does this apply to foraging? Basically, it can apply to foraging. It can apply to achieving your goals. It can apply to managing your belief systems and your overall, and it greatly affects how we interact with the world. But to bring it home for the Forager Summit, basically, if I go out and I want to find morels, which Clay was alluding to earlier, or one of our guests was alluding to earlier, I think it was Jeremy, and one of the hardest mushrooms to find. It's really, really camouflaged. It does a great job of blending in. A lot of people say you need to look at the negative space when you're trying to find morels in the wild, because they are just such a color and a texture that they blend right in. So you got to really kind of almost get down on the ground to see the shapes of them sometime. What I will do before I go morel hunting or, chanterelle hunting or something like that, sometimes I'll actually go to the grocery store and buy those mushrooms and then take a really, really good look at them. And it gives your brain like a priming, basically, to where when you go out, you will be more likely to see that thing if you come across it, because those things, you can just be walking over them a lot of times and not see them. But if your brain is primed to see them, then there's a way better chance. So like I said, sometimes I'll actually go out and buy those mushrooms so that I can prime my brain to find them out in the wild. You can do this with your goals. You can do this with your mindset, with your attitude. Easier said than done, right? But just to say that there is a system in your brain that is operating in that way. So we can kind of pick and choose what we focus on. All right, with that said, I'm going to play a little bit of a mind trick on you and probably get you to start seeing chickweed all around you. If you have it growing around you and you're not under like feet of snow. But I'm out here in Western North Carolina. This is originally Cherokee land, and there is chickweed still growing here. We just got like 5 or 6 inches of snow last night. But if you go around the edges of different places that aren't totally covered in snow, you can see chickweed right now. So that's why it's one of my favorite greens, is because you can find it in times where there's not a whole lot else available. So chickweed is Stellaria media. I like to use Latin names. A lot of times they have a lot of information in them. And Stellaria media means little star in the midst of. It's in the Carophyllaceae family, or the pink family, which also includes the common plant carnations. So I like to think if you were going out to a prom, like a forager prom, you could give your date a little chickweed instead of a carnation. That'd be kind of a classy move. Fun fact, chickens actually do love chickweed, and that's where the name originally comes from, to my understanding. It's really high in omegas and mineral content. It's thought to help with egg production. It also has tons of minerals that help humans as well. And some of those studies that are on my website, I think they actually have the nutritional breakdown, especially in that Berkeley study of wild greens growing in urban environments. I'm pretty sure they have the breakdown of the nutrient profile of chickweed if anyone's curious about that. I'll play this video and you guys can sort of experience the life form that is chickweed. I'll talk a little bit while we're watching it. So as you see, that larger stemmier plant is the chickweed. The plant that's sort of interspersed in it is what's commonly called miner's lettuce, or is Claytonia perfoliata. Some call it Indian lettuce as well. Almost looks like a lily pad. Shout outs to Pete Rock for that song. But yeah, hopefully y'all were able to sort of experience chickweed. Hopefully these videos aren't too crunchy over Zoom. Sometimes they are. But what I wanted to basically show here is just the structure of chickweed, what it's growing near, and what it looks like. So you can get a feel for it. That's, it's hard to explain how to identify plants sometimes. Actually seeing it is such an important thing. But I'll give you guys some really practical tips on how to identify it as well in just a moment, in case you're just listening and not watching. But what we saw here is chickweed that is interspersed with the claytonia or the miner's lettuce. And miner's lettuce, that name is kind of controversial, but I'm going to continue to use it because it's just very common, is a really awesome succulent green as well. And both of these can be made into salads. They work very well together, but the miner's lettuce is oftentimes kind of outcompeted by the chickweed at times. Chickweed has a really, really strong seed bank. Its seeds can last for up to a decade or more, and it can disperse a lot of seed. So, we can be good stewards, just an example of this, this little plant community that's happening by removing some of the chickweed. Realistically, we're never going to get to the point where all the chickweed is probably gone, but we can give the miner's lettuce a bit of a leg up when it's in its native habitat. So miner's lettuce grows typically out west, even though some people cultivate it in other places, but it's a native of that region, and it has a pretty good range. It's not like a plant that we're worried about going endangered or extinct. It's fairly easy to propagate, but it's good to just tend things in such a way as to create biodiversity, right? And if we let things just kind of have their way at times, I think the biodiversity can be reduced. So in this example, if you're removing chickweed and you're fatally harvesting it by actually picking a large enough portion of the plant, taking it home and eating it, then you're going to be killing some of that chickweed and allowing that miner's lettuce to spread more of its seed and propagate more readily. So yeah, it's a good thing to be harvesting the chickweed. It grows, well, I'll tell you in a second. Where does it grow? It likes fairly moist places and especially really rich soil. So it likes gardens, the edge of forests, like so many of our wild edibles do. And it pops up in the cooler season. It can pop up in the early spring in certain places, like here we have it in the spring and the fall. And it can persist through winter in a lot of places as well. It doesn't really like the hot of the summer though, so it dies back during that time. It's found all over the continental US and is one of the most widespread plants. I mean, it's in all 50 states and well into Canada. So very, very widespread, something you can find now that you're looking for it. And how to ID chickweed? So it has opposite arm-like leaves with prominent petioles. Petioles means leaf stems in botany terms. And if you're watching the video, you can see this quick boomerang video of one of my favorite ways to identify chickweed, which is this little string that runs in the middle of the chickweed. If you break it apart and it's succulent enough, you'll find this elasticy string. You can do a little boingy situation with it and to confirm that it's chickweed. Now there's also mouse ear chickweed that we have out here, and I believe a few other species. Mouse ear is the only other chickweed species I've met, but it also will have that boingy string in it. But mouse ear chickweed has leaves that are actually sessile, so they're connected directly to the stem rather than having those petioles. The other way but we're talking about common chickweed for this presentation. I just want to mention that. But chickweed has the secret mohawk, or a line of small white hairs running up the stems. So you can kind of see that in this video if you're looking really closely, but it's a little bit hard to see sometimes. But if you look really close, you'll see this little line of a white mohawk running across the chickweed stem and onto the leaves. The one lookalike to chickweed that I know about is scarlet pimpernel, or Nyerges arvensis, and it can be found in the same places as chickweed. So that's why I like to let people know about it. It's not like a deadly toxic plant or anything, but it is considered to be a bit toxic. I've chewed on it just to experience the flavor, and it's very bitter and acrid and off-putting tasting. So you would know pretty quickly if you had picked some. My bigger concern with this is people harvesting a lot of chickweed and perhaps incorporating a little bit of scarlet pimpernel in there and then having a really gross salad. That's more of my concern. I don't think you're going to fatally poison yourself on this stuff, but I wouldn't go around eating it for sure. I mean, it has medicinal qualities like almost every plant has, but it's considered to be a little toxic for humans. If you want to see a good side-by-side of this, I actually have a YouTube video on my YouTube for Healing Ecosystems, so you can check that out, and I do some side-by-side comparisons that are pretty informative, and it's entitled something like how to identify chickweed and deadly lookalike, because you have to write those kind of clickbait things for YouTube. But here's a few ways to identify it. So scarlet pimpernel the leaf stems are sessile, so they're connected directly to the stem. There's no petiole on them. That's one way. There's going to be no string inside like the chickweed has, and there's going to be no little mohawk like the chickweed has. That little line of white hairs is not present on scarlet pimpernel. And it'll often have these reddish dots underneath the leaves, so that's something else to consider. I think those are the main points. Yeah, but that should give you enough information to distinguish the scarlet pimpernel from chickweed. And if you're really concerned, watch that video on the YouTube. It'll help you out as well. So how do we actually enjoy chickweed? There's a lot of different ways. You can have it raw in a salad, or you could have it as a meal topping. These are the ways that I frequently consume it in the winter. It's like you're really craving those fresh leafy vegetables and some raw foods at times, and chickweed just it hits the spot for me. I don't do a whole lot of raw vegetables, but chickweed is really one of them that agrees with me very well. You can also lightly cook it in soup. I like to make misos and put some chickweed in there. This is a lovely picture of a spread from some wild forage miso that I made that included like chickweed, amber jelly roll fungus, some mallow leaves. I believe those are dried honey mushrooms, some that's wild onion there, and various things. So you can make a really awesome miso and include some chickweed in there. You can add it to a tea. It can be tinctured as medicine, and it can be applied topically. So it has a soothing quality. It helps heal burns. It can help with insect bites. It can apparently help with acne. It can also help to draw out like splinters or stingers. So it has these medicinal actions. And if anyone knows more about this, feel free to chat about it. But I believe it's also been used to dissolve cysts in certain people, CYSTS, cysts. It's a funny word. But if anyone has any more information about using it like that, feel free to chat about it. But chickweed's probably one that a lot of people know, but hopefully you learned a little something from that. And we'll move on to our second plant, which is another really common one found all over the place, and one you've probably eaten before, but we'll talk a bit about the subspecies as well and get a little nerdy with it. So this is stinging nettle. Stinging nettle, Urtica dioica, is the one that people are usually referring to, which is the European stinging nettle. But there's another one too, which is the subspecies gracilis, which is the native West Coast stinging nettle. And I'll talk a little bit more about that one in a bit. There's Urtica urens, which is the dwarf nettle, and that one's usually more of an annual sort of diminutive nettle found in disturbed areas typically. And fun fact, Urtica comes from the Latin verb urere, meaning to burn. So we'll find out about why that is. Probably a lot of you know why that is if you've ever hung around nettle for too long. But nettle has likely been around for at least 300 million years. And I was referring to this when I was talking to Clay earlier, but it probably dates back to the supercontinent of Pangaea. I had this question a few years ago, and I asked it, I think it was California Native Plant Society, of how do we have native sting nettles and native elderberries that are all over on the West Coast while they also occur in places like Europe and Asia? Did birds perhaps take those across the ocean? Were people perhaps traveling more than we know back in the day? That's a potential as well. But what the answer that really came back is that, yeah, there was a supercontinent at one point, and these plants evolved on that supercontinent. And once the supercontinent of Pangaea broke apart into distinct separate continents, these plants were then co-evolving with each other. So, for example, like the California stinging nettle has some different qualities than the European nettle, but they're very, very closely related, more closely related than they have more similarities and differences, basically what I'm trying to say. But yeah, the dioica is the very common. It's a perennial nettle. It's the one that's used for medicine, food, and cordage. Usually when you hear people talking about stinging nettle, if you ever buy stinging nettle from an herb shop or something like that, they're typically talking about the European species. So this is another kind of interesting subtle point. People will sometimes say in North America, like nettle is always an invasive. So the European nettle can become quite aggressive in certain landscapes and really kind of take over almost. But what's failed to be talked about is like, no, there's actually a Western native stinging nettle that evolved with the native plants around it for tens of thousands of years and has these complex interactions with the insects and the birds and the native soil fungi and bacteria. So sometimes those kind of blanket statements about something being invasive are taken way out of context. And we should get to know those potentially locally native species of some of these plants that are sometimes deemed invasives. So I'll show you all a short video with some music of the native California stinging, a really beautiful plant. It's one of those plants when I watch it, it's like, all plants are alive. We know this, of course, but like you really feel it from the nettles. So if you're near your computer screen and want to watch some beautiful nettle waving to you in the wind, check this out. All right, and hopefully that also gave you all some identification tips on what nettle looks like. So let's move on to, we'll move on to where you find it. Nettle likes forest edges where more moisture is present. So once again, like a lot of our edible plants, it's growing on the forest edges. It can grow in full sun, also part shade. I used to take nettle and move it around and put it in my backyard. And I moved some around to my new place, and I'm moving some to the new place I just moved as well. So it's one that transplants really easily if you want to perhaps move it around and tend it. But be aware that it can be really aggressive and some people really don't like it. But we're going to talk more about why you probably should get in relationship with it. It likes sunny parts of the garden for sure, but it can do pretty well in shaded places. And like the one we just saw, which is the California native nettle, first of all, that one can grow much, much taller than the European nettle. You can see it sometimes over your head, like 9 feet tall growing. So if you're ever hiking somewhere out in, the Bay Area or something like that, and you see a nettle, it's more than likely the native nettle. And it'll be much taller. And the other warning with that is that the native nettle can sting you much more aggressively than the European species, in my experiences and my friends' experiences. So we'll talk a bit about urtication in a moment, which is the medicinal use of nettle as an external stinging apparatus. But just to say, not all nettles are created equally in this regard. The Western nettle, the dioica, can leave a sting that will last for 24 hours or more in my experiences, while the European one is perhaps a few hours for most people. Of course, that can really, really vary depending on your sensitivity. But yeah, it's widespread throughout temperate regions, and wherever you are, you can probably find nettle or grow nettle. So how do you ID? Number one, of course, is the sting. If you a plant and it stings you pretty good, there's a decent chance that it's nettle. It's a shrubby herbaceous plant. It grows in clusters. It reproduces clonally underground by rhizomes. And I think this is such an important aspect of wild tending, is knowing how plants sexually reproduce. And if you want to read something really interesting, you should read about nettle sex, because it is super, super interesting and complex. One thing I want to show you on this past slide is the armpits of these plants where the petiole meets the leaf stem. This little GIF is showing the flowers or the seeds starting to form there. One thing people will say is you do not want to consume nettle when it's beginning to flower. It can cause issues with your urinary tract and your kidneys. The funny thing about that is that nettle seed is actually a great curative for the kidneys and the urinary tract. So I guess at that point, you basically don't want to mess with the leaves for food and medicine as much, but it's okay to then wait for the seeds. And that will provide a lot of nutrition, and it also has some really amazing effects. Nettle seeds are really great for they kind of act as a stimulant almost not in the same way coffee does, but you boil some seeds in some water and then strain them and drink that tea. And it has a really nice, uplifting, energizing effect. But what was the point of that? I lose my train of thought. Anyways, nettle has opposite leaf stems like arms. So they're right across from each other. It's going to always be opposite. The leaves are heart-shaped, somewhat ovate, and coarsely toothed. So those are other ways to identify nettle. It has these visible trichomes on it, which are the needle-like hairs, which usually sting when touched. I say usually because sometimes they don't sting you that bad. Certain times of the year, certain times of their cycle, they're not going to sting you as much as other times. And it's usually the underside of the leaf that really, really gets me. So bear that in mind. And yeah, I'll leave it at that for now. Oh, the other thing about the needles is that they actually inject certain neurotransmitters into you, and it's things like serotonin and like norepinephrine and these things that make you feel good. So some people really, really like the sting of nettle. We'll be talking about that more in just a moment. Now, good news. Lookalikes are very relative. So, you know, some people will think that something else looks like nettle that really doesn't to other people. But the one lookalike that I know of is wood nettle, or Laportia canadensis, and that's a native of this area in the Appalachians. It's related to stinging nettle, but the good news is choice edible. Some people really prefer it to the stinging nettle. So if you misidentified wood nettle for stinging nettle, you would still have a really, really delicious meal. The difference is that wood nettle has an alternative leaf branching, and it grows in shady spots in the woods. But nettle is easy, common, and extremely good, but wear your gloves when you're picking it if you want. Now, how do we enjoy nettle? Well, nettle pesto in the food processor is one of my favorite ways. You'll often see people saying that you need to cook it before you food process it, and that hasn't been my experience. I just put it in a really good food processor and blend it up nicely with some other pesto-like ingredients. Like Mark Williams says, who was on the chat earlier, pesto is more of a genre rather than an ingredients list. So you don't have to necessarily use basil. There's all kind of wild pestos you can make, and nettle pesto is a really incredible one. It's super, super rich in vitamins and minerals. But just make sure you food process it really good. But it does basically destroy those trichomes good enough to make it very edible at that point. More common ways to eat it are steamed and sauteed. You can't go wrong with some nicely steamed nettle on the side of a dish. The flavor is it's phenomenal. If you've had it, you know what I'm talking about. The tea is phenomenal as a natural antihistamine. So it basically is an allergy medicine. It's something that I use really frequently if I'm, going into a place where I'm having animal allergies or smoke allergies or something like that. Nettle can help you to naturally relieve allergies. So try it in different forms. Sometimes the tincture works better for people. Sometimes the tea works better for people. But you can experiment with that and see what works for you if you have to try it with nettle. Like I said earlier, it's best not to harvest the leaves late in the season once the flowers appear in the quote unquote armpits of the nettle. But people do still harvest the leaves and eat them at that time. And I've done it too. It's not like necessarily going to hurt you if you just eat a few of the leaves or a mill of the leaves once the flowers have come out necessarily. And there hasn't been a whole lot of studies on that. It's one of those pieces of foraging information that often gets parroted without a whole lot of backing, but they form something on their leaves called calcium crystal. What is it? I think it's like calcium crystal oxalates or something like that. But they can basically harm your urinary tract and your kidneys if you eat too many of them, which is usually the case with most forage things, is that the toxicity of them is overhyped and it's really large amounts that can hurt you. So bear that in mind. And urtication, which I've alluded to several times, which is the medical use of nettle externally, basically whipping yourself with stinging nettle. I have used this extensively over the years for different injuries. Most notably, I tore both the meniscuses in my knees, which is a very common tear in the knees. And doctors will tell you that you need to get surgery for it and that there's no way to repair it because there's not enough blood flow back there to actually heal yourself. But I believe that the body can heal itself, especially with these ancient technologies like nettle, which has been around with humans for tens of thousands of years at this point. So what I would do is I would sting the back of my knees where I knew that torn meniscus was. I would do it religiously for like 3 months. I did it, and then applied some comfrey poultice, did proper stretching and yoga, and then also acupuncture and exercise. And I have pretty much 90%, knock on wood, healed my meniscuses, or is that menisci, in both of my knees over the course of a few years, coming from the point of like hardly being able to walk to being fully mobile and not really having hardly any pain whatsoever. So nettle is an amazing ally. If you can bring yourself to actually sting yourself, it's amazing. And people have known about this for thousands of years, about the urtication. You see reference to this in a lot of old literature, but there's also been medical studies that have come out in the past several years that show that back pain has been clinically alleviated by people using urtication on it. Also, things like arthritis in your wrists or, in your joints can be alleviated by a little bit of urtication. Few harvest tips for you. Gloves and long sleeves, perhaps, if you're not trying to urticate yourself. It can become kind of painful. And also, there's plants that can help you out with the sting of nettle, things like curly dock or any of the docks that are really mucilaginous. You can chew up and put it on, and it will relieve the sting. It doesn't totally cure it in my experience, but it will relieve it. Other plants like plantain, the leafy plantain can help. Anything that's really mucilaginous and cooling can help to relieve a nettle sting if you get a really intense one. And people do sometimes get intense ones that last for a while. So be wary of that. I usually like to harvest them with some scissors. And the way that I harvest them is I pinch the tops off. So around 3 to 4 inches down the stem, and the plant will keep regrowing and will often sort of fork out and it'll stimulate even more new growth when you pinch the tops off. So I'm usually pinching a few tops here and there in those colonies of nettles that I find, but I don't harvest the tops off all the nettles in one stand usually, especially with the California stinging nettle, which I know is a native and I'm wanting it to reseed and proliferate. I'm not wanting to delay the entire seed maturation by cutting off the tops, too many of them. So I'm just doing a few of them, and a little nettle will go a long way. You can also just go about harvesting a few leaves from each plant. You don't necessarily have to clip the tops. Sometimes I'll just harvest, 3 or 4 leaves from each plant and allow the rest of it to photosynthesize so the plant can keep growing. But, they're really tough plants. That underground root structure, things that run by rhizomes, are often very, very tough and almost hard to get rid of at times. So you can harvest nettle, pretty hard, but I just try to be as respectful as I can when I'm harvesting it. And yeah, like I was talking about earlier, it's very easy to grow and it's pretty low maintenance. It likes a bit of moisture. So I was growing it a lot in my garden in California, and I had to keep it watered throughout the summertime when things were really arid. But it's so tough. Like I planted some this past spring up in the mountains where I live, and even after we had a huge snowstorm, I mean, we had like at least 7 inches on the ground. And once it started to thaw a little bit, those nettle tops were just poking out and saying hello to me. And I was like, that's amazing. Y'all made it through the snowstorm. So it's a tough plant. I like to eat plants that are really tough and cold hardy because I think it also makes you tough and cold hardy. And this is an entertaining, somewhat admittedly embarrassing video of me getting urticated on my knee by my good friend Lexi. I ran this show for a few episodes called the Ecotherapy Hour, and Lexi was a guest on that a couple of times. She's actually coming up after me after I'm done with this presentation. Lexi's going to jump on, and we're going to have an interview with her. She's an amazing herbalist, but this is a video of her basically doing the urtication process on my knees. And I'm trying to be a tough guy in the video and act like it doesn't hurt, but she went really hard on this and it actually hurt a pretty good bit. But to do it, you basically just take stinging nettle, hit the place that's being affected, and and do it like that. I'm telling her at that point, I've had enough, do the other knee though. But yeah, that's the way to do it. Back pain, wrist pain, knee pain. Nettle is your friend. All right, and we have a few minutes. I'm going to kind of gloss over this a bit, but turkey tail mushrooms are in this presentation as well. But we have a couple of people talking about mushrooms tomorrow, including my good friend Taylor and Jess Starwood. And so I'll leave most of the mushrooms to them, but we'll quickly touch on turkey tail while we're here. They're Termitus versicolor. It means one which is thin with several colors. Once again, those Latin names giving us tons of information. It's such an easy beginner mushroom. It's a polypore. Don't let people tell you there's no poisonous polypores, because there's at least one. But it's the most mushroom with a host of medicinal qualities, including immunomodulation, and it helps the body fight cancer cells. And these things have been clinically proven. That's actually Taylor there in that picture. She's coming up tomorrow, so look at her on the schedule and make sure to make her talk. But turkey tails, they're found growing on downed logs, stumps, and living and dying trees. They're opportunistic, so they can be found on many tree species. 70 plus hardwoods and conifers. They're an annual mushroom that can be found almost year round in many places. How to ID? Basically, they're growing in clusters. It has a turkey tail like rings on top and can be a variety of colors. I've seen it from blues to reds to oranges and all kind of hues in between. And it often has a whitish outer growth ring. And it has small but visible pores on the underside, which is where the spores are released. So the few lookalikes, they're all pretty much medicinal, even though they're not as well studied as turkey tail. There's things like the violet tooth polyp, or the quote unquote false turkey tail, or the stearium complex of mushrooms. And it's not going to hurt you if you use them. It's just not going to necessarily have the same medicinal qualities as turkey tail, even though I'm sure as we study them, we'll find even more medicinal qualities of them over the coming years. So, and once again, this list is not exhaustive, and there's new mushrooms being discovered all the time. So, always exercise caution when you're collecting mushrooms. There's no hard and fast rules with them. So you need to know each individual one and be able to really 110% ID it before you're consuming them. And, turkey tails are not one that you're going to necessarily eat. They're one that you're going to simmer into a pot of water, or into a broth or a soup or something like that. And then you can take them out if you want. You can chew on them. Sometimes I'll kind of chew on the outer growth ring as like a little bubble gum kind of situation. But for the most part, you're going to want to take them out of something that you're cooking them with. Consume the water, the liquid. And there's ways to triple extract them, double extract them with alcohol and all these things. Taylor could speak more to that. Yeah, but they're very, very medicinal, very good for treating, cancers and things like that. Not to say that they're cures for anything, but they can definitely aid in certain processes of the body, including immunomodulation, which is like your body doesn't need to be, your immune system get overactive or underactive. And turkey tails are great for modulating the immune system, putting it where it needs to be rather than boosting it or bringing it down. And these turkey tail earrings that are on the screen are by my friend Taylor, who I just referred to, and her Instagram is Symbiotica, and you can find some of her turkey tail earrings and all kind of other amazing creations on her Etsy and her Instagram page. I wanted to briefly touch on this since we're on screens a lot, and this is all on a screen, obviously, and we're around cell phones and all these different things. But earthing, very, very simple practice that we can all do. And I'm actually standing on my earthing mat right now as I'm giving this talk. You can buy these earthing mats online, which are basically like these copper filled sheets that you can then plug into the grounded outlet of your house. And you can be earthed while you're on Zoom. So kind of a neat thing. But what is earthing in the first place? It's skin contact to the ground that connects us to the Earth's electromagnetic field. Getting grounded allows you to share electrons with the Earth, thereby reducing the free radicals which damage healthy cells. So when you talk about free radicals, they're basically positively charged particles that are seeking negative charged things, and they can attach to your damaged cells at points and really wreak havoc in the body. But just the simple act of putting your feet on the earth infuses your body with negative ions and allows for this really natural exchange and balancing to take place. So I really encourage people to go out if you can and spend some time touching the ground, touching a tree, putting your feet on the ground. There's a wonderful guy named Clint Ober who wrote a book about this and actually has a documentary about this. And there's over 20 peer-reviewed studies that have shown that earthing promotes improved sleep, lowered inflammation, and reduced anxiety. So just encourage y'all to do that as we're spending a lot more time on computers. And I like to end things on a quote, just like I began. And this is one of my favorite quotes from the scriptures. And it says, "He will render judgment among the nation and set matters straight, respecting many peoples. They will beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning shears. Nation will not lift up sword against nation, nor will they learn war anymore." That's Isaiah 2:4. Isaiah 2:4. And that really gets down to the roots of all this for me, that eventually people will be able to change their ways and return from a place of violence and war to a place of peace. And that part about beating their swords into plowshares is really, really just such a beautiful image for me. So I hope that you'll consider that in your foraging. And once again, my Instagram is @healingecosystems and healingecosystems.com. We are soon to be a nonprofit if everything goes to plan as it should. We appreciate any support. Definitely, following us on social media is very helpful, and just staying tuned into what we're doing. Just appreciate any support from you guys. So thank you so much for listening. Real quick, I will pop my acorn processing workshop. This is one of my favorite things to forage, hands down, is working with, because you can do it in the dead of winter. It's one of my favorite just foods, like, edibility wise, taste wise. It's really fun to process. It takes time, it takes skill, it takes patience. There's a lot of nuance to it. And if you come to my acorn processing class, you can basically be in the squirrel Illuminati. We're run by squirrels. This is the acorn processing the ultimate slow food, February 27th, 2022. It's going to be online. I'm thinking about doing a hybrid version where we have some people live processing acorn, and we can also tap into the online presentation. So definitely sign up for that. I'll throw the link in the chat for you guys if people are curious about it. And yeah, that's me. Thank you so much for listening, and thank you all for being here. And I'll turn it over to some questions, or getting on to Lexi or Alexandra, as she is called on the schedule.
Yeah, there are some questions here in the chat, Brian. So we got a couple of minutes.
Great.
Here. So yeah, somebody was calling your first picture of the nettles there fake news. They thought it was catnip.
Oh, the native nettle does almost look like catnip in the color of it. It's a bit of a lighter hue than the nettle people are used to. I can assure you it is nettle, though.
Catnip always kind of looks a little bluish to me.
Yeah, it has that fuzzy, kind of lightish bluish green color to it. Yeah.
So we got another question here. For plants like nettle, do you break off by gloved hand, or do you cut it? And is there a reason for the plant? And is there a rule of thumb, like woody plants should be cut and succulents should be pulled? Or is there any kind of rule of thumb for harvesting the plants?
I guess with nettle in particular, it depends. I mean, sometimes I'm just pinching it off with my fingers if I don't have pruning shears or scissors with me. As far as the plant's health, I've come back to those stands where I did that and just seen them thriving and putting off new shoots and whatnot. I don't think that it particularly makes a difference, though I'm sure there is a subtle difference there versus, using a metal pair of pruners versus using your fingers. But yeah, typically I'll wear gloves sometimes, and usually bring a pair of scissors. They're a little bit better than the pruning shears to me, because you can harvest. Sometimes they're in like really dense clusters, especially the European nettles. So I can harvest like a nice little chunk of them in just one fell swoop with the scissors. So I like to do that. not sure exactly what that question about the woody plants versus more succulent plants exactly was getting at.
Well, they were asking about, is there like a general rule of thumb that you could know, oh, this plant's probably going to want to be cut, or this plant you could just pull it straight up, or what?
Right. Well, I mean, yeah, that's a whole botany lesson in perennial versus annual plants. But yeah, I mean, if you were wanting to like eradicate a piece of nettle, for example, you'd want to pull it up by the roots. Um, with certain succulent plants like chickweed that we saw, if you pull that up by the root, it kills that plant. So that's a fatal harvest for that plant. But yeah, I could go on and on about that, but I'll just leave it at that for now.
Yeah, I think that's about all the questions we have in there.
Awesome.
And okay, so actually we do have some last minute ones here. So when you're harvesting nettle seeds, how do you know when you're supposed to do it, and are they a certain color?
Good question. So yeah, they're small seeds. The flowers are very, very small. That was the point that I meant to bring up earlier, which is that certain kinds of nettle are dioecious, meaning that they have male and female plants growing separately, and certain ones are monoecious, meaning that they have all the male and female parts on one plant. So you might not find seed on all plants. That's where I was talking about nettle sex is very complicated, and they can hybridize and all this too. But the seeds they're a darkish color, kind of like black brown, which is typical of most seeds. If they're green, they're unripe, so you might want to leave them for a little bit longer. But basically you go up to those little strands of flowers and seeds and start touching them into your hand and see if some seed falls out. Usually the seed will kind of give itself to you if it's ready to be moved, and you're going to inevitably plant some of that, like replant some of that as you're doing it, so that's a good thing. But yeah, it's fairly intuitive when you're going to harvest the seeds. And we could also ask Lexi a bit more about that. She's one of the first people I harvested seeds with, and she's coming up next, but hopefully that helps a little bit.
Yeah,
Cool.
and last year I picked some of the nettle that was growing up by our chickens and brought it back to my camper to make tea or whatever. Some of it had seeds and everything, and it just threw like the stems and the waste out, just out on the ground. And now there's the nettles coming up all over there. So
Oh,
it
right
grows.
on. You got it
And
growing pretty easily, it sounds like.
yeah,
It wants to grow.
yep.
And someone was asking, can you expand on the serotonin link with nettle stings? That's a great question, and I will have to look into that a little bit more. When I'm looking at scientific research, I'm usually looking at a site called NCBI. I really like their stuff. It's very just objective. So I'll see if I can find some links to that at some point and post them on Instagram, because that is really fascinating. Cool. All right, and yeah, I'll post that link to the acorn processing class if anyone's interested in coming to that online experience, and we'll move on and get Lexi up here in just a couple minutes, or Alexandra Hudson. Kyle, do you have anything up and coming that you would like to announce right now, like a book or anything?
Yeah, well, I'm working on that guide. I've just got to figure out how to get it on the web so that people can access it. But that's should have that pretty much figured out pretty soon. And it's basically like a foraging guide based on all of the. So I'm in Northern California in Redding, so it's based on all of the things, all the plants that I have found that grow near me. A lot of them grow all over the place, all over the country and all over the world. But, I pretty much just know what I see all the time when I go out. So And then it follows the year. So it's like January, this is what you should look for. February, this is what you might find, et cetera, et cetera.
Great.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it, man. I got to get the sneak peek and edit it, and that was really an honor. And it's very, very well done. I'm looking forward to other people getting to see it and learn from you.
Yeah, and I do have another intro to foraging kind of walk, a class that we're doing next weekend. Here in town, it's going to be in person, and the link to it's in the event page. I'm doing it with Harvest Wild, so just look for that last one where Harvest Wild's mentioned in there.
Cool. Looking forward to that. Do you have a link you can post in the chat there?
Yeah, actually, I'll do it right now.
Great, great. All right. We're gonna get Lexi up here in just a moment. I'm seeing her face there. That's reassuring.
Hi.
Good to see you, Lexi.
Great to see you, Bryan.
Yeah. Did you see the video of you stinging me with a nettle?
I did.
Okay.
Memories.
That was so good.
That was so fun.
Yeah. Great. Good to have you here. I'll read your bio and give people a sense of who you are, and we can just jump into chatting.
Sounds great.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to improv this bio because most of your bio is written in the first person, so I can't translate it so easily. But
you can pretend to be.
Okay. Yeah. So let me know if I leave anything out. But yeah, Lexi's a good friend of mine. I've known her for years and years, and we've foraged together. We've taught classes together. We just hung out and drank tea together, and she's just an incredible person, and someone that I look to as a peer in this, and someone that also just has mounds of knowledge when it comes to herbalism and just the real application of foraging and wild tending and just doing all the things. And what I really appreciate about Lexi is that she's so hands-on, she's so active, she's always doing stuff, always offering things. And she just does a great job of teaching and making it accessible for people, and just sharing her knowledge and her wisdom. So I'm really, really grateful to have you here, Lexi. And you're also doing weekly walks with Forage SF. Is that still going on for you?
Yep, every week.
All
throughout
right.
the Bay Area.
What's that?
All throughout the Bay Area. I'm
All
doing them in
throughout the Bay Area.
Oakland, San Francisco, and down in the peninsula where I live.
Cool. Well, welcome. And yeah, so what's the life in terms of your foraging? I mean, I know you do so many diverse things, and your herbalism story is very fascinating, and we've talked about those things before. Lexi's on my YouTube channel multiple times, so you can check out interviews with her about sort of her background and how she got into herbalism and all that. But just curious, what's it like for you as far as California goes, and all the water y'all have been getting, and mushroom and green season? And
Sure.
I just kind of want to get nostalgic with you, I guess.
Thanks, Bryan. Always a pleasure to do that.
Yeah.
Right now it's erupted. There's greens everywhere. The rains came about a month and a half ago, and it's the feeling in the very parched California landscape all over was the billions of seeds opening up. And right now it's a wintertime paradise. There's dandelions coating the hill next to where I live, and miner's lettuce right down the way, chickweed, oxalis, all the greens are in their eruption, and things are starting to come into flower already, which is pretty amazing. There's Garia right outside on our hill. There's lots of berries left over from the fall time. It feels like this is my paradise in the California foraging season. The return of springtime, the return of life in the buoyant way. So I'm delighted. I've been out there foraging greens mostly. I just made a spanakopita that I'm writing recipes these days for a couple magazines out here, which is really fun. So I did a wild green spanakopita with miner's lettuce, nettles, and chickweed. And it's the medicine of now, which always feels so wonderful and so precious to sync with what is growing right now. And right now it's new life. and the vibrancy of the greens and the waking up into the new year, which is it's a huge gift. You know, I think it's been a wild year for all of us for so many different reasons. And for me, the return of the greens is such a consistent thing in the calendar that it's a timeless reoccurrence that just feels so incredibly precious and rooting. So I'm feeling really grateful for that.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, that time of the year, for people who don't know, who are tuning in from different places in California, everything is green right now. Whereas, you know, the anthropogenic landscape of California now is mostly very, very brown for a large number of the year. And then when the rains start to flow into the landscape at this time, the greens begin to really pop up. And, you know, there's all sorts of non-native and native greens, and it becomes really prolific.
Totally. Yeah,
And you're also
California
overlapping mushroom season and nut season.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Feel free to jump in.
We're zooming in on each other.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. It gets so dry to where I will wake up multiple times a night from feeling dry towards the end of the autumn. And with the return of the rains, it's like life is flooding again. There's a saying that I learned from one of my herbalism teachers, William Morris, that water, when somebody's moist, then they're alive, and when somebody is dry, then their body it's in the decaying process. It's in the difficulty of releasing wastes and absorbing nutrients. So we are in this full flush of life right now, and it's so, yeah, it's very beautiful.
Totally. I mean, it's something to really keep in mind with the winter time. It's very easy to not hydrate oneself properly when you're not sweating and it's not as hot and all that, but it's really the time to be drinking plenty of water. And I'm curious, I remember you telling me a story about really getting this kind of like download that you needed more moisture in your body at one point. You were sharing this with me, and you were talking about some different herbal protocols and whatnot. Is there anything you could share with people that is like really helpful for this time of year?
Sure.
For that kind of condition where we kind of getting dried out and by fires and stuff?
There's a couple main things. On the foraging side, there's of course mallow, which cheeseweed grows ubiquitous through California. I'm sure I've seen it up in New York. I'm sure it's all over. I've seen it out in England. It's a plant that is water loving, and it's a mucilaginous plant, so it holds on to moisture. So as the water is going through the body, it slows down the absorption and also slows down the release. Oftentimes when I'm talking with my herbal clients, so I lead foraging walks and I also see herbal clients. And when I'm working on hydrating with people, I think of the body akin to a desert floor. If somebody's in a dry state, when water comes, that it just floods through, and the desert has a hard time absorbing the water. It also has a hard time releasing any wastes. And things just have this feeling of eternality. And so when we're in a really dry state, whether it be from the seasonal aspects or from our lifestyle that's exhausting, or from just moving very quickly or drinking a lot of caffeine, all the different reasons that we can feel dry, we have a hard time releasing waste. We might get constipated, we might have headaches, we might have joint creakiness. We also have a hard time absorbing nutrition. So mallow, either the leaves smashed up and mixed with water, especially in a cold infusion. The mucilage, that is the property that we're looking for, is quickly destroyed in heat. So we pour cool water over the smashed leaves. We smash them to break the cells open so that more of the medicine is exposed to water and extraction. Let it sit overnight and the water plumps up. And as we drink it, it passes through very slowly. So malva water, it's an Italian drink, is this traditional mallow drink. And it's either with the leaves, all parts of the mallow are very mucilage rich, from the capers to the flowers down to the roots. The leaves are just everywhere, and you will guarantee that you won't be destroying your mallow for your source for years to come by taking the leaves. My number one favorite drink though these days is not a foraged drink. It's actually something very simple, and it was given to me by my Ayurvedic practitioner, who's amazing. And he calls it Vata Aid, and it's a quart of water with a half lemon, juice of half of a lemon, a quarter teaspoon of salt, and a little bit of maple syrup. And the salt is that amount of salt to water. The ratio is isotonic. So our body really easily absorbs and holds on to the water that way. The lemon stimulates digestion, and the maple syrup is really hydrating to the blood, and especially the plasma of the blood. We get a lot of water-soluble vitamins through maple syrup. You don't have to add it, but since I tend towards being a very dry person in general for my makeup, and so since drinking this, I have experienced almost no dryness. At least a quart a day. Highly recommended. If anybody else gets that dry thing going on, then this is a wonderful drink. And if you're wondering whether or not dryness applies to you, a great test is to pinch the skin on your knuckle. And if it remains elevated, then that's a sign that you're still dry. You can, of course, just look at your constipation and your bowel movement habits, and if you get headaches or if you feel like you get joint creakiness a lot, but many, many different ways. So Cindy asked, what is this mucilaginous plant? Mallow, M-A-L-L-O-W. So it's Althea, A-L-T-H-E-A. It's not marshmallow. You can also get marshmallow from herbal wholesalers like Mountain Rose Herbs or Sonoma County Herb Exchange. But they're different plants. So the one that I'm talking about is mallow, and it's everywhere. It's in the hollyhock family, so just like marshmallow, but they're slightly different plants.
Cool. Yeah, mallow is one of my favorites. When I saw it when I first moved to North Carolina, I was like, "Oh, my old friend is
right?
here."
So good. What do you love about it?
I love how prolific it is, for one. I mean, in California, it's one of those that even in the middle of summer would be growing out of the cracks in the sidewalk when we hadn't had rain in 6 months, and the greens were coming up. And one of my favorite parts of it is actually the unripe seeds. As you were talking about, like being in the hollyhock family, the same family as okra. So I had this experience where I cooked some of the seeds in oil years ago, and the unripe seeds particularly, and started eating them. And I was like, wow, this tastes just like something from my childhood okra. Looked it up. Exactly. Okra is in the mallow family. So I love that part. And then also for the fire season in California, which is becoming more and more of a thing. It's just like when it's really dry out, smoky, hot feeling, like that feeling in the throat of having like a nice mallow water. It does wonders for the system. So just so many edible parts, a beautiful plant, like just such a friend to have around.
Totally. Yeah, speaking back to the fire season part, it's so essential to be able to release waste during that season. Not only, of course, our poo, but when we're releasing, I mean, not only our food through our poo, but when we're absorbing other chemicals in the smoke air, it's so necessary to be able to get rid of those. So drinking our mucilaginous herbs is really helpful. Then it helps protect the mucosal membranes and keep them really flexible and supple. So even though it's directly for the gut as it's passing through, it's very, very soothing for the gut. It's also affecting the lungs, the throat, the tongue, so that they can be more almost discerning in how they're interacting with the external environment.
Yeah, I really appreciated what you were saying about how it kind of slows down going through the system and isn't able to sort of percolate into the body. And it's just reminded me how much our body is like a landscape. You know, like the water, you can pour water on top of the desert, but it's not going to necessarily absorb. It can just kind of flood off if things aren't ripe to take it in. So I was having that visual while you're talking about it, of you're almost like you're slowing the water as it's going into your body, and then you're able to actually absorb it, because we can be drinking so much water and just peeing it right out and not being able to assimilate it. So
really, and then we might even be stripping ourselves of it as we're drinking that water, thinking that we're doing a really good job hydrating ourselves.
Wow.
Yeah. Yum.
Yeah, I really appreciate talking to you, because it reminds me of all these self-care practices. And And yeah.
Well, I loved hearing about the nettle because that's the medicine of, it's starting to grow around here again this year. And it's, I like to really remember how many different dimensions the plants are existing in. And when I think of mallow, one of the first things that comes to mind for mallow in the springtime is astrologically, it's in correspondence with Mars, the god of war. So as we're moving through the last of this really wet season, I mean, it's not super wet in California, but it has been. And as we're moving through this wet season and our body's getting in more into this wet, very slow, maybe just almost sluggish state if we're not in that dynamic balance that we're wanting to be, nettle will, when applied topically or taken internally, will bring that Martian energy, that energy of action and of inspiration and of war and of movement. It'll help release the excess water from the body. It's a diuretic and just gets us in correspondence with the season. And I think that for me, that's one of my favorite things about foraging. These are the foods that are of now. And by interacting with the plants of now, I am being so connected with what this world requires of me, what the plants are asking of me, what my spirit is asking of me, what all my relationships are asking. And by we're eating the plants of right now, I'm having the medicine that is directly applicable to the moment. So I'm excited for nettles to be coming up, for dandelion, again, with that diuretic energy, where the field is erupted in leaves. It's exciting just to see what's offering itself.
Curious how the bay nut season was. I mean, some of my fondest memories of us hanging out are like going bay nut foraging and just filling baskets and buckets full of them. And you have an excellent recipe in edible East Bay with the some great, harvest and a great recipe for how to work with bay nuts, which are exclusive to the West Coast. But I'm curious just how that was this year, if you got out for any or if you have too many from years past.
I have gallons. The amazing thing about bay nuts is that they last for years because they're really high in volatile oils. I mean, you know that, but you can, as long as they're not roasting destroys a lot of the volatile oils, it volatilizes them. But if they're raw, properly dried, properly stored, they can last for years. So when the year that you go absolutely nutty with the bay nuts is a great year to be keeping your stash. So I did go out where I am. There aren't so many bay trees in this area. So the harvest wasn't as good. But when I was out in Oakland, it wasn't as strong. Bay nuts, I don't know if you mentioned this, but they come in flushes of 3 to 4 years. And we had an amazing flush a couple of years ago, and it's been a little bit more slow, which is pretty good. I think that there was a bay nut craze that happened during that time, and I was definitely a part of it. But yeah, they last for a while.
Totally. Yeah. Someone was mentioning, I believe it was on Kelly's podcast, someone from further up north, that it was like the best bay nut year that anyone had seen, like of our recent generation in 2020. It was like,
oh wow,
it was prolific. And they are such an interesting one in the fact that they will just mast fruit really hard. And then there was another year I was collecting, I think it was maybe 2017 or 2016, and like there was just none. Like, I mean, I found like 30 or something in like hours and miles of hiking, and all up and down the coast. They just weren't producing, but some years they really do it. So
I think and I remember in 2020 it was very strong. Last year wasn't super strong, at least from my experience, but it will come again.
I might be referring to the 2019 because it's that overlap of that year where you can still harvest them into that next year.
Yeah, it really depends on where you are. I know in Oakland last year was not super strong. The year before was really strong, but 2019 was even stronger. But I know that for some people, they were out harvesting up in Sonoma, and last year was 2020 was the strongest that they'd seen.
Got you.
Yeah.
Got you. Cool. They're doing it. I'm curious, where are you these days? Are you south of the Bay, or what's going on with you?
I'm down in a town called Woodside, down in the South Bay. And it's interesting. I'm out in Silicon Valley. So it's a place that I won't be for long. I'm like, where are the people? I've been starting to meet people that are interested in foraging. I've been hosting these foraging walks with Forage SF. And it's a really different dynamic. It's a very different crew. I know that there's a lot of people that with the tech industry are first generation immigrants. And it's interesting. There's a lot of folks that are part of those communities that come on the walks, and to see their sense of yearning. I have my own sense of yearning of wanting to belong to whatever place I live in, and to see that click of, oh yeah, I can have an interactive experience with the landscape that I'm in. It's really important, and it's really special to have that shift. It's odd. It feels like it's a bit of a desert down here. And I'll eventually be moving down to the Santa Cruz area where it's not such a desert. Oh, thank you, Carrie. I'm coming. Yeah, I love Santa Cruz. Santa Cruz is amazing. Silicon Valley is a little tough, but I'm starting to get to know people out here, and it's interesting. It's such a different intellectual process of like, go big, and it's like, okay, well, that's interesting. It's another human way of thinking about how to do life. And it's when I go out to the park, to Hutter Park, and I see a little pedicularis stand, it's like, oh, like we're not going big. Like this is very intimate, and it's very precious to maintain the quality of smallness and of everybody doing their smallness, and make sure that as we're getting these areas more well known, I have a walk tomorrow where I'm not sure if I'm going to show that stand, because it's like these things are really, really precious, and I have this yearning to be like, oh, everybody, look at all this stuff. Look at it. But there's some things that we can say, hey, look at all this miner's lettuce. It's everywhere, like get some. And then there's things like, oh, there's this pedicularis. It's going to feel real, real good. But it's precious. It's all sacred, but it's in quantity that makes that makes the difference of how to introduce it to folks, because there's such a necessity of temperance with the plants and the feeling of longevity with a landscape. And unless we're already feeling that, we might not have the respect that's necessary just to be like, okay, this is a beautiful stand. It's considered parasitic. Like how do I approach it? Do I take it all? Like it's parasitic? Like, no, like we have to allow. And yeah, it's a big question. It's, as somebody that does these educational walks, which plants to introduce and what to keep secret until people are deep enough in the rabbit hole that they've done their messing up and their all of their blundering, and I think there's this human, I don't know if it's innate to humanity, but there's a lot of greed that abounds. And I think that stems potentially from this place of feeling like we're not being provided for. And so when we have this scared quality, we grab whatever resources present themselves, and we can't do that with the plants. Fear of scarcity, exactly. And I think that the plants are inherent divinity. And our connection with them is divine. And the plants, our relationship, my mom, I've been talking with my mom about spirituality recently, and she's deep in the Methodist Church, and it's very lovely. And she's talking about how there's this big shift in the church these days of, instead of seeing God as this outside entity, towards seeing God as relationships and the relationship that unites everything. And I think that inherently, as we get to know the plants and start to feel the sense of belonging, because we feel so good when we eat that miner's lettuce, and we feel amazing when we rub up against the nettle, but we understand the divinity and are constantly reminded of that divinity. And maybe we forget, but as soon as we get out in that garden, we remember. It feels so good to forage. It's maybe this is serotonin, maybe it's the delicious nature, maybe it's so many different things that feel good. And so, as I remember when I first got turned on to foraging, I was like, whoa, this is amazing. There's everything available and it's anywhere. And, over the years, I've gotten this much more tempered relationship with things. And I'm Yeah, I think in the educational process, the question of what to present is really important, and how. And
Totally,
maybe that just
totally.
comes with time and constant exposure, and not getting like kind of numb to things, but getting turned on to things,
Mhm.
and turned on to how we can relate with things in an ongoing way.
Yeah, I totally hear that. I think a lot of people will probably understand that sentiment among this crowd, which is awesome. And I'm so glad that you're the teacher who is introducing some of the Silicon Valley people to the landscape that's around them, because I mean, the influence that people have in the world in that region is pretty tremendous. So you really
Huge.
have an amazing platform in a lot of ways, and to like show people that they're provided for, and that you don't have to go out and like take everything or commoditize everything. And I think that's beautiful. I mean, I work for a foraging company out here that sometimes, 90% of our people who come through are tourists. And that's really tough for a lot of the guides who are very connected to the land and feel this kind of protectiveness of the place. And people kind of come through and are there for a few hours and have this experience of learning some plants, and then kind of go back to wherever they're coming from. And I've talked to several of those guides who are really have a problem with it, and it's difficult kind of morally. But yeah, it's cool. I mean, I think the amount of inspiration you could be imparting to these people's lives could be massively influential. And that's the same thing, that temperance, that like that those little shifts, those little bits of influence, like everything doesn't have to be these massive changes. Like it doesn't have to be this massive harvest or this massive sort of act, but just those simple things, like showing them how to harvest miner's lettuce, and maybe keeping them away from the pedicularis for the first time until they're sort of initiated, right? So yeah, I really appreciate where you're coming from with that, and can empathize. I'm glad that you're the one teaching
Thanks, Brian. Yeah, I
things to
mean,
these people.
it's amazing and fascinating meeting people that are in such a different way of thinking about the world, and
Totally.
to get a bond over newfound love of the environment is so
Yeah.
beautiful.
Yeah, and we all, like, I think you alluded to it pretty nicely, is that we all sort of have these roots of like being indigenous to some place that we're not quite sure of anymore. And we have some feeling like this longing, this kind of void inside of not being totally connected to those places and those landscapes and those past languages. And there's many reasons for that, but we're really in this place where we can start to kind of shift that relationship. Especially, I think foraging is one amazing way into that. And so yeah, I was curious if you wanted to share anything. I know that you went on a trek several years ago, where you went back to, I believe it was Ireland and Scotland,
Yeah, Scotland.
like in Western Europe, and it was Scotland. And had some time getting to interact with those landscapes. And I wonder if you want to share anything about that experience and how that maybe has shaped your outlook and your relationship to that
Well, that was a
to that
beautiful trip.
wanting that you're speaking to.
Thanks, Brian. Yeah, I went to Scotland. I was up in Findhorn for a month or so, and then I headed out to the Isle of Skye, and I stayed at a permaculture Rupa Foil for a week, a little permaculture homestead. It was very sweet. And I took a road trip around the Isle of Skye. And one of my most beautiful memories was going to a place called the Ferry. There's many things named after ferries in Scotland, especially on the Isle of Skye. And I went to something called the Ferry Hills, and it was really cute. I got out of the little car I rented and wandered around what was super hobbit land. It was very hilly with all these like bumpy, very short little hills covered in grass. And there's all of us tourists taking photos of everything and like nuzzling up against the really cute hills. And I got this feeling, maybe I'll just like wander past the hills. And I wandered into way up a mountain, and just kept going up and up and up, and eventually down into what was cascading mountainsides where I could see the ocean off in the distance. And as I was walking, I was seeing what looked like crazy, vibrant, multicolored patches of landscape. And I walked up to it, and all of a sudden I found myself knee deep in water, and I was in a bog. And I realized this is the fairy hill. This is where the fairies are. They call you in with this incredibly beautiful glamour, like, oh my gosh, these multicolored neon mosses and lichens, and like this yearning to see and investigate. And then all of a sudden you were like preserved for 1,000 years. And as I was walking along, I picked up a sheep skull, and I got this message: this belongs here, put it down. Like, great, good. It's very good to hear those messages. And it's interesting. It's something that I do when I'm foraging, and something I like to talk about with my students, the hearing the voice within of how to interact with the plants. And it's often on the walks, I get people asking, oh, how much do you harvest? Or like, where do you harvest? Or which ones do you go for? And, there's all these like very specific rules or guidelines to remember. Oh no, don't take more than 1/10 of the plant. But then somebody else is like, don't take more than 1/4 of the plant. And somebody's like, oh, don't take like more than, it's like, okay, when we're moving out of what everybody else has told us are the rules, what does it look like to actually be in direct relationship with this plant? And my favorite way of doing that is dialogue. And just like that sheep skull that was saying, put me down, plants do that too. Plants are speaking. They just speak in ways that we might not be familiar with, or might not be listening to when we're coming at it from our like, oh, I want this plant, or like, I'm going to take this plant, or like, do I take this plant? And asking like Sally, who's standing right next to me, or my teacher. I'm asking my teacher. It's like, okay, no, this plant will say, take no more than 5 leaves of me. And so I when I'm coming to a plant, I ask them, how much is it okay if I harvest some of you? And I'm doing this especially when I'm making medicine. Is that medicine, I'm not going to make that much medicine of this particular plant for a long time. I want it to be really filled with this plant's spirit, with this plant's strongest iteration of itself. And I also want to make sure that that plant is able to continue to go. So I'll ask, is it okay if I harvest some of your body? How much can I harvest? And what do you want in return? How can I make sure that this is a good thing for this plant? And the plants tell us. They say, when I'm out harvesting with, or out being with the plants with my stepkids, I will ask us all to ask the plant if it's okay if we harvest. And they speak up so quickly. They say, oh no, the plant said no. And then the other one's like, oh no, the plant said no. Or like, oh yeah, the plant said yes. And they said, do it here. They hear it, we all have this capacity to hear. And I think oftentimes we can move into this phase of like, oh, the plants don't talk. It's only really humans that speak in English in ways that we can understand. But I think we all know that that's not correct. And so what does it look like for each of us to hear that voice? What does that feel like? Maybe you just get a sense in your hands that you shouldn't be touching this plant, or that you should only be touching so much, or only be taking so much. Or you hear a direct command from this plant to interact with it in a certain way. I'm of the mindset that the plants want to interact with us as much as we want to interact with them. And yeah, so that reinvigoration of the voice, I think it's always there, and it's always accessible. And if you don't hear that voice, just keep trying. Just keep asking the plants. And anytime you go out, just experiment with it. And
totally. And I love that you touched on it a little bit, that it can come in like extra sensory ways. It can come as like a voice sometimes, and it can come through like the senses, through the touch, through the feeling, through the intuition, through the observation. The permission thing is often a tricky one for me, because there's a part of me that thinks like, these plants, I don't think anything wants to be killed or harvest, you know what I mean? Especially with like animals, it's like, it's very obvious. I mean, you've harvested animals before, I know, and it's like, we can ask for their lives, but it's really like, giving thanks for their lives is more like it. They don't want to be killed. There's no doubt about that. And with plants, there's such a subtlety to it. Like when it's berries and seeds and nuts, it's just like, I feel like the plant is telling me like, harvest me, harvest me, harvest me. Like it almost kind of scoffs at me in a laughing way if I try to like ask permission or something for its berries. But yeah, then you get into like plant parts and then roots. I mean, I think roots are some of the most sacred plant parts, because like if you really want to, you know, if you're going to kill a plant, you can definitely non-lethally harvest roots as well of certain kinds of plants, but you're really getting intimate with that plant's life when you're going for roots. So yeah, that's a really interesting, you know, kind of subtlety to get into, of like asking the plant where you can harvest from, and how much you should harvest from, and all that. So thank you for sharing all that.
What does it feel like to you when you are in that state of mind with the plants?
You know, I think it's I think the sentiment of it I really get. It's a voice I can hear, and I feel like certain plants have different personalities, but it's hard for me to parse out what is my internal bias and my own voice versus what the plant is actually communicating. But I do feel like there are subtle personalities that each plant imparts, and a lot of times they're just so generous and so giving feeling. So that's sort of the message that I feel like I usually receive from them. But a lot of it for me is really observational and sort of being like, okay, like, are you starting to flower right now? Are you about to you have seeds on you? Are they unripe seeds? And I think there's multiple ways of communicating with them, and so sort of finding your own style. But I think the reverence of stopping to take a moment before harvesting is what that asking permission piece really gets at so beautifully. Being in a receptive mode rather than being in this sort of this is just mine kind of mode. You know, I love that saying, like, they're not necessarily resources, they're relationships. They're our relations, you know, they're like our friends and our cousins and our, you know, aunties and uncles and all that. So
and it's so good to be told no.
Can be.
It can be hard, but it's like, it's really good. It's very important, you know. And I think that I think oftentimes what I have other lines of work, and in those lines of work, it's really important for people to be able to say no. I mean, this is across the board. It can be very hard for us to say no when we see that somebody wants something. And so when we hear that no and we honor that no, that's beautiful. That's a good teacher.
Yeah, certainly. We have, like 20 something minutes left, and I'm wondering if people want to go ahead and start chatting in some questions for Lexi. That would be great. If anyone has anything they want to ask, we can monitor the chat, and we can also just keep chatting. I'm curious about what you're doing, what your land project is, and feel free to say no if you don't want to disclose anything, but I'm curious just what's exciting for you that's up and coming, maybe in that chapter, or anything else.
Sure. Well, so my partner and I have land down in Santa Cruz, out in the Corralitos Mountains. And I think that the exciting part, we have our yurt up. And so we're in the process of figuring out how to design the inside, what it's going to look like to have internet out there. There's only satellite. And so it's a big question for his work, what that's going to look like. For my work, how are we going to be able to be in the level of communication that we both need to be in too, which is, it's a super interesting dialogue as Starlink goes live, what it's going to look like for people to be able to be more where they want to be, and what's that balance going to be. So that's where we are right now.
Okay.
We're living part-time here in Woodside, and then part-time down there. And last year I planted a huge medicinal garden, and there's probably 4 plants that survived the year. So learned it's best to plant a garden when you have moved to a place. So that's a little bit of a downfall, but it's been beautiful just getting to step back, and it was quite a heartbreaker to see the plants wither throughout the season. But throughout this last year, getting to see what are all the incredible medicinals that are growing right there. There's a field of wild oats, which I know is a very annual grass. A lot of ecologists aren't a fan of it, but for me, it's one of the best medicines. Speaking of silica and body vitality and of feeling moist and feeling lubricated in the body. So for me, getting to see that the whole field is filled with this wonderful medicine that I should harvest everything of as part of the ecology tending, that feels very exciting. Oh, thank you, Carrie. I love that. Oh, most impactful plant I've experienced that has positively impacted my health and well-being. Oh gosh. Well, probably my favorite plant overall is hawthorn. It's I love the berry. I love eating the berries fresh. I find that that's how I get the most potent medicine. Second most potent, I will squish all the berries and then smush out the seeds, dehydrate it, and make a fruit leather. It feels so strengthening and warming to my heart. It is incredibly uplifting, super soothing. It grows in so many random places. It's an ornamental that people have everywhere in the peninsula, up in Oakland. It helps me feel profoundly taken care of anytime I find it. And most of the time, it seems like people don't know what's growing right outside their front door. They just think it's a very lovely plant, as do I. So that's probably been one of the most impactful plants. Just this feeling of even on days where I haven't been able to muster the energy for what I need to take care of and what I'm wanting to tend to. Hawthorn always helps me feel fleshed out and profoundly taken care of and profoundly provided for. That's one. Wild oats is an amazing plant for me and for many. It's a tropo-restorative to the nervous system. So meaning that it specifically helps to restore the nervous system. It helps to recoat the myelin sheaths. So naturally through our body, through oxidative stress, through lifestyle, through many excess caffeine use, many different things that help to like break down the nervous system and give us really shoddy signals. Wild oats helps to replenish that. My first plant that was my foray into the herbal kingdom was St. John's wort. After cannabis, I found St. John's wort, and I had recently been bitten by a dog who was at that point the love of my life. And his teeth went into different parts of my arm, and I lost the nervous sensation in all of those areas. I had been working with people. This is how I got into herbal medicine in the beginning. I had been working with people in the cannabis industry for a couple of weeks who were really into herbal medicine. And they were telling herbal story after herbal story. And I grew up in a family that was Western medicine centric and not really believing in any of the powers of plants and just like kind of scoffing at it. We didn't have any herbal medicine except like tea and coffee in the house. And so I was not exposed to it at all. So hearing their amazing stories and their stories of magic and their stories of mystery and of adventure, I realized that plants are intertwined with magic. And at least that's my experience of them. And yeah, so I told them about these wounds on my arms, and they told me that St. John's wort could be something to apply. And so after I stopped working there, I took the tincture and I applied it every day for a month, and all the sensation grew back. And St. John's wort's an amazing plant. When you hold up it's Hypericum perforatum above hyper icon. It's above the icon. It's above the spectacle. When you hold perforatum, meaning when you hold the leaves up to the sun, you can see little bright green dots amidst a darker green background. And there's legend that those are like the windows to the soul that the plant opens up. And that's how I felt in myself. When I was taking it all of a sudden, I had this understanding that plants could open me up and could open me up to experiencing divinity. And yeah, St. John's wort was absolute. Cannabis was my initial gateway into the herbal kingdom, and St. John's wort took me to the magic of it. So yeah, of the most impactful plant, that was probably it, because it turned me on to everything else. It's an antidepressant. It speeds up the processing of medications in the liver or by the liver. So for people that are having that are taking medications, it's not a good one to take. But for Other people, it's an amazing one to at least experiment with, because like wild oats, it's also a tropo-restorative to the nervous system, and it helps restore the myelin sheaths and shattered nerve endings, especially when the injury is not too recent, or when it's more on the recent side. And I think that that's part of how it is such an antidepressant. It helps us with the nervous system regeneration and nourishment of the nervous system, and opens us up to experiencing divinity. Yeah, Cindy, the wild oats are definitely big here in Silicon Valley. Thank you. I love any tips about how to fall in love with this place. But it's also, since the return of the rains, I'm like, it's not super hard to fall in love with this place. It's very beautiful.
And we had a great talk about wild oats on my old podcast video that y'all can find at the Healing Ecosystem's YouTube, so you can find out more about wild oats and see Lexi doing an actual preparation on screen, which is really cool. Yeah, it's such a fascinating plant to have arrived on the West Coast, and just given the whole context of it, there's a lot we could say about wild oats. But there's another question up top. Someone was asking about a recipe.
Oh, for the spanakopita. So that's
just thinking about that.
To Edible Monterey, and that'll be published in their spring issue, and you can find that online by. It's probably going to be titled Wild Green Spanakopita, but it can. If you can send me your email address, and I'll send you the recipe as I have it right now, if you're interested. Because now is the time to make sure that you have all the stuff that's necessary for it. And it's so good. It's very invigorating. The editor of the magazine, when I proposed the recipe to her, said that a couple of years ago when she went to Greece for a food summit, that all of the bakeries had pastries that were filled with wild greens. That's just how it is. I'm like, this is why we're writing these recipes and putting our stuff out there, so that there can be these wild green bakeries everywhere. Imagine that. It's so good.
It's possible.
It's totally possible.
It's possible.
Okay, thank you, Casey. I'll send that to you.
Yeah, if anyone else has questions for Lexi, now's a good time to keep dishing out questions.
Oh, are wild oats gluten-free? Fascinating. I am not sure. With store-bought oats and celiac, I think that oats are gluten-free, but they are often mixed with things that are not gluten-free. Oh, look at all these requests for spanakopita recipe. You guys, heck yeah, it's good. Little private request. I am. What do you think, Brian? I'm pretty sure that they are, but if you're celiac, then I can't guarantee that it's absolutely.
Yeah, they are gluten-free. But I think when people get them from the store, sometimes they've been shared with equipment that's not necessarily sterile from gluten. So I think that's when people get the reactions. They're like super, sensitive to it. But to my understanding, and our human understanding is limited, of course, but they don't produce the gluten protein. So wild oats should be fine. I've never harvested them for I've tried to harvest them for eating, to make cereal from, or make it's very, I'll get into some stuff, but that was too much for me. I've seen Pascal do that a little bit.
Good. God bless Pascal. Yes. So there's a couple different parts of wild oats that are usually worked with as medicine. There's oat straw, which is the up to the seeds. All of that is oat straw, and that's what's really high in silica, and that's something that you can make into an herbal infusion. That's also a moistening part of the plant. All of the plant is moistening, which tends to be the case when we're looking at plant parts. They often have different amounts of the constituents that are found in the other plant parts, but it's part of a similar profile. So the oat straw, oats are great to harvest in part because they're an annual crop, and they suck up a lot of water quickly, meaning they raise the water table collectively, and then when they die, they drop the water table, which makes it really hard for the other plants in the area to survive, among other reasons that they're a difficult plant to have everywhere. So that's one part, and that is absolutely gluten-free. It's the the seed part, that probably is, but I would say look more into it if it's a really big concern for you. Okay, great. Carrie says that she's gluten-free and has eaten wild oats, has not had a reaction. Excellent.
Cool.
There's a question about other nervous system medicines that I love. So many. One of my favorites is skullcap scutellaria. There's different skullcaps throughout the world. My favorite is Scutellaria laterifolia, and it's also a nervous system tropo-restorative. It's known as a tonic, but it has this, when it's a fresh plant tea or fresh plant tincture, that means fresh plant made into a tincture, not dry before making the alcohol extraction. It has the pretty brilliant capacity to stop cycling thoughts. Like, you know, when sometimes you just get that same thought that you're like, oh my God, I cannot get out of this thought. It's like when there's a little nick in a record and it just goes again and again and again. It's like not playing a song, it's playing torture. And so skullcap helps us move on to the next song or the next part of the song. That's one of my favorite plants. And even in low dose quantities, it's wonderful. So for people that have racing thoughts when they wake up at night or that have difficulty getting to bed, it can be a wonderful plant for that. Other nervous system plants, oh gosh, so many. Mullein is really wonderful. It's not one that's often talked about for its nervous system effects, but mullein is really well known for its soothing effects on the bronchial system, on the lungs. It's really soothing on the whole body, either smoked, either straight or in combination with other plants, or taken as a tincture, or even as a tea if you strain it really well. As these hairs that can get really caught in the throat if you don't strain it super well. But it's very soothing, it's very grounding. It's known energetically to help release grief from the body. So when somebody has grief stagnated in their lungs and they just feel like they have really, really heavy all the time, mullein can help soften the lungs. And at that point, the lungs aren't holding on and can really release what needs to go. So sometimes it can be a hard one because all of a sudden you're feeling what you were too frozen to feel before, but it can be incredibly cathartic as a process. It's just important not to smoke too much if that's the way that you want to do it. It's wonderful. It's actually not, it's one of the few plants it's considered not bad for the lungs to smoke. It burns very hot, so I'd be careful about that. But when you smoke too much of it, you might just get knocked out. It can be a very tiring plant to smoke. Nobody's asking this, but I just want to tell you anyway. My favorite place to get wholesale herbs is the Sonoma County Herb Exchange. At least for the folks in California, they are a wholesaler that goes direct to the farm and harvests themselves, bring it back, and it has an incredibly fresh supply. Of all the places that I've purchased herbs, unless it's like from somebody at a farmer's market, these guys have farmer's market quality herbs, fresh and dried. They're superior and they're wonderful to work with. Yeah, so mullein is another one. Woman Animalistic loves skullcap with passion flower. That sounds great.
Someone was asking,
Justine.
after mallow, you mentioned something that helps if you're
Ooh, you
dry.
did the knuckle test.
I did the knuckle skin test, definitely stayed up. Yeah. So what was that? Was that what was that hydrating drink that you threw out earlier that helps with hydration?
My Ayurvedic, the person that I see for Ayurvedic work is Michael von Skyver, and he's wonderful. He teaches out at the School of Ayurveda out here in Nevada City in California. And he turned me onto this drink that he calls Vata Aid. So for Vata being the element of air and ether, when we get really spun, like excess Vata and really spun out and dry, the drink that can help us, one of the drinks that can help us moisturize is a quart of water, juice of approximately half a lemon, a quarter teaspoon salt, and a little bit of maple syrup to your taste. It's quite lovely.
Nice and simple.
Yeah, very simple. And he recommends in the beginning having a couple a day and then just going with your taste. So I have a quart of it every morning. Sometimes I have a couple quarts a day, just depending on how dry I'm feeling. There's many other plants that have that same demulcent and mucilaginous property. Out here we have wild chamomile. Discweed has many different names, pineapple weed, but it's in the chamomile family, and it grows everywhere, all over ditches. Chamomile, when cold infused, dried, and then cold infused, has the property of also being mucilaginous. When it's brewed as a hot tea, that mucilage is destroyed. There's also, of course, flax and chia. I haven't found those to be as effective for myself. Plantain is a mucilaginous plant. It's a demulcent plant. So psyllium, which is a bulk laxative fiber, is the seeds, the husks of a variety of plantain. So if you've ever, so another recipe to help increase poopage and decrease dryness, do a little Google search for life-changing loaf of bread. And it's a seed bread, it's a seedy bread recipe. There's a lot of psyllium that is wonderful. My friends and I call it poop bread because it will make you have the best poops in the world. It tastes fabulous.
Sounds delicious.
Yeah, I know, like it doesn't. No. It's fabulous. Yeah, but psyllium is plantain. So you can also, if you make a tea from the plantain leaf, that's a great way to get some of the demulcent properties.
Great. I think that's most of our question. I think one thing to note, Mark was making note that some skull cap, and also apparently I've heard this through a friend who was quoting you actually, Mark, that certain St. John's worts are very rare as well. So just keeping that in mind, that certain some of these herbs will have varieties or species that are that can be rare. So, you know, like some of these bulk herb exchanges are good places to get them. You know, they're growing them or harvesting them, hopefully in a good way. And you mentioned the Sonoma County Herb Exchange as being a really good resource for that. So thanks for that. Yeah, I'm not seeing any other questions. Someone's asking who makes the poop bread again. Where can you get that information? The edible
it's
poop
on
bread.
The website, Food 52. It's called Life Changing Loaf of Bread. Just do a little Google search for that.
Life-changing loaf of bread. Excellent. And just to wrap things up, Lexi, it's been lovely talking to you, first of all. Is there anywhere that people can find you and reach you, or you know, get in touch with you for classes, private classes, your Forage SF classes? What's the best place?
The Forage SF website has all the classes for sale. My website, alchemistress.world, has my classes and ways to get in contact with me personally. I don't have social media these days, which is wonderful. But it would be direct. Write me a little email, alexandraevanshudson@gmail.com. Thanks, Cindy.
Evans Hudson.
Christopher, you had a question? No? Okay.
Cool. Well,
thanks, guys.
It's been good. Yeah, thank you
Bryan.
for.
It's great to meet you. And to see you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, bye, guys.
I'm sure everyone's going to be real stoked to apply some of these recipes that you've given. Thank you so much.
Such a treat.
And yeah, I look forward to talking to you again soon and catching up more. And yeah, appreciate you so much.
You too.
All right, y'all network with Lexi. Get on her mailing list, alexandraevanshudson@gmail.com. She's being very generous and giving her personal email so you can ask her questions. And she's also doing classes through Forage SF, which is a pretty excellent company that I've worked with some in the past too. So check them out. And I really appreciate Alexandra for coming on here and just dropping herbal wisdom. I mean, come on. I want to go out and get hydrated now and try some of these recipes. So up next, we got Christopher Nyerges. I hope I'm pronouncing that correct. You can correct me if you're wrong or if I'm wrong. I'll let Kyle do your introduction here in just a moment. You ready to do that, Kyle?
Yeah. So, Chris, would you want to just pronounce your last name for us? Because I had
Nyerges.
the same.
Just like he did good, just like it's spelled, Nyerges. The S is S. The S is SH. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Very good.
Nyerges. Okay, so Chris Nyerges got interested in mycology and ethnobotany in his early teens and was active in the Los Angeles Mycological Association, studied botany, ethnobotany with Dr. Leonid Inari, and he's been teaching botany, self-reliance, and survival skills since 1974 to over 40,000 students in schools, scout groups, lectures, and field trips. He's authored many books, Guide to Wild Foods, Wild Greens and Salads, Foraging California, Foraging Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Arizona, yeah, Nuts and Berries of California, tons of books, and a lot of other books on self-reliance and survival, such as How to Survive Anywhere. And he was the editor of Wilderness Way magazine for 7 years. And now he works with many nonprofits, including WTI, scouting organizations, to promote practical survival skills, something that a lot of us are severely lacking nowadays. So welcome, Chris. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much, Kyle. You know, it sounds like a long time has passed since we got started, but actually a lot of time has passed. And, you know, I got interested in the 60s, late 60s. So I was a student of agriculture in school and on my own. And in a way, agriculture is what got me into the wild plants and ethnobotany and learning about Native American practices, because we have a terrible agriculture system. The more I studied it, I realized, how is this working? How is this continuing to feed people? And fortunately, I had several uncles on my mother's side who were all farmers. So when I'd visit them in Ohio, I got to learn a lot of the plants of the East, and I got very familiar with all the things that they're cutting down and plowing under. And then the more I studied the Native American culture, I realized, well, these are the things that sustained everybody. They didn't really have agriculture in the sense that we do. They used everything. They turned the wild things into agricultural products. They learned how to, like here in the West, fire was used to maximize the yields of the plants. He would burn all the underbrush, he would kill the bugs. And, you know, my interest was really somewhat naive in the beginning, because I thought, well, if things are going to hell in a handbasket, if I learn about mycology and botany, then I can provide meals for myself and my family. It is true. Everybody here probably has that desire. And I always like to say it's a little more than that, because I know that one of our themes today is sustainability and taking care of the landscape. One of the things that has always bothered me in my early years of teaching, well, number one, in the early years, I was ridiculed all the time. I don't think that happens much anymore. People realize this is a solid thing that we all ought to know. But what I didn't like, and I don't like seeing this online, is when people get into foraging and they're going to say, I see this all the time, where is a good place in this city to go forage? Where is a good place in Indiana to go forage? Go find your spots. They're everywhere. They're hidden in plain view. Drive down the street, open your eyes. All the places, all these great spots that I take my students to, I found them because I would like to hike in the hills and I would explore around, and I'd like to explore old sites. And you find what you find where it is. And not only that, even if you go tell somebody this is a good site, things change from season to season. The chemistry of the soil changes. Some plants grow and they don't grow. My first few years, 3 to 4 years, my whole life, living, breathing, eating was mycology. Okay, I was still in high school. All the spare money I had went into traveling somewhere. And, you know, we had to buy film and pay to expose the film and develop the film and print. So it was very costly, but that's how I learned. Sometimes I would learn one new thing in each field trip. And I want to encourage people to do the hard work of learning the mycological, let's say the botanical or the mycological families, learning the infrastructure of the science before you ask the ultimate question is, can I eat this? Too many people want to know if they can eat it. They're too quick to want to eat it. I wasn't eating anything on my own until after a few years, especially with mushrooms. I mean, we would still hear about people who died. So I'm I'm big on finding your own spots, and I'm really big on telling people do the field work. Don't look for shortcuts. If this is a lifelong thing and you want to do it, don't look for shortcuts. Don't look for quick ways to learn the knowledge. It's if you love it, you're going to do it. You know, if you love it and you want to know it, if you spend a month on one plant, and that was not unusual for me. No internet, you know. I'm 67 now, so there was no internet when we got started. If I wanted to learn something, I got on the telephone and I begged a botanist in the neighborhood, can I bicycle to your house right now and show you this? And I learned things one by one, but I learned them well. Because it was not an internet experience, it was a living experience. I would get down on my knees, I would smell the plant, I would touch the plant, I would look at the context, and that's what I encourage people to do. Get to know them one by one by one, just like your friends. If you know your friends superficially, you don't know them. And so, so I'm really big on that. And I'd have to say that, you know, the two areas today, I don't know if this came up because I was teaching today, but the two areas where foraging has gotten a bad name, because there are people that say, oh, you're one of those guys that ruins the environment. I say, no, I'm not one of those guys that ruins the environment. In fact, the way the indigenous people harvested, if they did it right, was enhancing the environment, if you do it properly. But there are mushroom hunters that I've known. I knew a guy who made his whole living back in the day by harvesting wild mushrooms and selling them to high-end restaurants. But he would never tell somebody where he got the mushrooms because there's unscrupulous people that take everything they can. I see people advertising on eBay. Look, I got 2 tons of morels, and I'm thinking, what are you going to do with them? You know, can you dry that many in your attic? You know, what are you bragging about? I just don't think, you know, I think collect what you need. If you're just doing it for your own use, you don't need to pick every mushroom that you see. So the mushroom hunters, I think, are giving foragers a bad name. And then the other category are the sage hunters, the little sage bundles that you sell at the bookstores and at the flea markets. I tell people don't buy those. Number one, they're cutting into the white sage in a way that they don't need to. And number two, that's not really the way it was done ceremonially, to have this huge bundle in your burning. Maybe the leader might have a bundle because he's blessing a lot of people. But generally speaking, I'm in California. The plants that I am harvesting and showing people and eating on a regular basis are mostly, not entirely, mostly European natives. And so even if I'm in a national park or the Forest Service, maybe not a national park because they don't want you touching anything, but most of the times, these are the plants that they want removed if they're trying to have an introduction of native plants. So, you know, we're talking chickweed, lamb's quarter, nettles. I can get all the nettles I want for free. In fact, when I've asked people, may I harvest the nettles in your yard? They takes them a while to realize that I'm offering to go into the yard to do my own labor and to take the stuff away that they normally hire a gardener to do. And they usually think I'm trying to scam them in some way when I say, can I pick the nettles or the lamb's quarter or whatever in your yard if they have a great supply? And I think, well, I don't know, is this guy an idiot or what's going on? And eventually I tell them about it, but most people, you know, who are hiring a gardener, they just want a pleasant yard. By the way, I'll just go on and on like this unless you have a specific question. But another thing that I noticed that bothers me is one of my pet peeves. We are gaining in general as a society a greater awareness of our relationship to the environment, you know, and how our choices affect the environment, everything that we do. We are, whether we're doing it or not collectively, I can't say, but we're gaining a greater environment. When somebody tells me that a forager is hurting the environment, I'm saying, no, they're not. No, they're not. They just put in another mall. They just widen the highway. That's what's cutting out the green space. They're channelizing and turning the river into all cement so it goes out to the ocean. That's what's harming the environment, not foragers. The foragers have been doing this for millions of years or whatever. You know, we're collecting things, we're eating them, we're collecting what we can handle ourselves. We're not the ones hurting the environment. We're helping the environment, all of the ethical foragers. So I wouldn't be too concerned about that. Now, in this book, I'm sure everybody who's present today has this book too. I don't know if you mentioned this one, Extreme Simplicity, Homesteading in the City. So this one, all of these are on our website, by the way, or everybody can go to Amazon. But in this book, we talked about how there was a 1 acre open space behind where I lived in Highland Park. Highland Park is a district of Los Angeles. Yes, I lived in Los Angeles for a long time. Believe it or not, there's rural seeming areas in the city of Los Angeles. I know it's hard to believe for some of you, but we had an open acre and we would harvest wild foods and wild medicines throughout the year. It was somewhat irrigated, but what we found was that, like, if you're picking chickweed, I'm going to assume that most of you guys know what these plants are. Let's say you're picking chickweed for salad. I see guys pull it out by the roots. So guess what? It's an annual plant. Once you pull it out, that plant is gone, right? So I would make the habit of taking my knife, swiping the chickweed, leaving the roots intact. And guess what? I could get 2 and 3 crops out of the chickweed. I've discovered that so often that I don't uproot it ever unless it comes up accidentally. With sow thistle, with lamb's quarter, with mallow, we would just cut it back, never uproot it. And, I've gone to people's yards and they would tell me, please uproot it. We want to get rid of it, because they're the ones that hire gardeners. But we get 2 and 3 more crops per season with an annual plant by carefully pruning it. That's what I call enlightened self-interest. I'm not doing it, well, I'm doing it because I'm getting a longer season of oxygen and a longer season of food. And then when the fire department comes through, which they invariably did, and they see all dead stuff, then we take it out if it's annuals. So the way people harvest things is critically important to extending your season, okay? Another issue that I find of critical importance is the plants that people choose to grow or maintain in their yards. When I moved into the place, this is all about a particular property where I lived in Highland Park in Northeast LA. When we moved there, we cut down everything that was not food or medicine or fragrant or useful in some way. Like pine trees, I know are useful, but the pine tree we had didn't have good nuts and it just poisons the soil. So we took the pine out, got rid of the eucalyptus. Any ornamentals we had no use for. I know that there's, some people may say, well, I like the beauty of it, whatever, it's fine. But we pretty much took everything out and put in fruit trees, avocados, vines, grapes, citrus trees, everything in the garden, everything that was actually useful. I don't live there anymore, but a lot of those trees are still there because the people who moved there found value in it after we left. So that's a big part of foraging. I've seen yards that are manicured front lawns, and I'm thinking, when are we going to get that out of our mind? A manicured front lawn in the urban suburban area. I guess if the children play there, that's one thing, but that's a lot of space for growing corn or growing lamb's quarter or growing squash. To me, it's one of the ultimate wastes of time and energy and water to have a green front lawn because it comports to a certain sense of community values. Now, for what it's worth, I know the flip side, there's certain high-end communities in Southern California that if you don't have a green lawn, they're going to run you out. They're going to all get mad at you at the meetings because you're not maintaining the look of the neighborhood, and the neighbors will say you're lowering their property values. I had people tell me that I'm lowering the property value by having weeds growing in the front yard, but that really wasn't true. I kept it pretty tidy. But when you move into a place or you consider a garden or considering planting trees, always plant the things that are useful. Whether it's and go with the native first. Find the native trees that are food producers in your area, get them in a native plant nursery and grow them. I know everybody here is from all parts of the country, if I'm not mistaken. So you can find those nurseries wherever you live and find those trees and those plants to grow there. In general, what is an ideal to do is let the native plants and the garden plants produce a perennial garden, if you will. Like when I plant things in the wild sometimes, if you have onions growing in the wild and you don't pull the bulbs out, that onion is a perennial. The reason they disappear is because people are eating the bulbs. But there are a lot of things you can grow in your garden that essentially reseed themselves, like even lamb's quarter. Lamb's quarter is an annual. I hope you all know lamb's quarter because that's one of the most important plants that I grow. We use the seed and we use the greens. We freeze it sometimes and we put it in soup. And cactus, a lot of cactus grows well out here. So if you need a hedge between a neighbor's property or a border property, prickly pear cactus works well. And you can eat the greens and you can eat the fruits. You have essentially a superfood. This is a book that I share with my students, and it's called Prickly Pear Cactus Medicine. There are still people who believe that a lot of this stuff is folklore. And I don't think your listeners here are of that ilk, but I've had people tell me, prickly pear cactus, even garlic, they would say it's not medicinal, it's folklore. I'm thinking, where have you been? The prickly pear pad is good for diabetes. You can go to Walmart and buy prickly pear cactus pills for people who are too lazy to grow it, but it's very easy to grow. It's a survival food from the standpoint of water and all of the nutrients, and the fruit is delicious, closest thing to a watermelon. But if you look at the nutritional data, the pads are about twice as nutritious as the fruits. So somehow intuitively you think that the fruit would be better, but the pads are actually a little bit stronger. Kyle, do you have any questions? Anything you want me to address?
Yeah, well, I did want to just kind of riff on that sentiment about the lawns. I've come from a landscaping background, permaculture type stuff, and always would really encourage people to let me take their lawns out. And I mean, the land doesn't want to be a lawn. It doesn't want to be a nice lawn. That's why it keeps growing longer, and dandelions try to grow in it, and different plants try to grow there. It seemed to me, it just seems stupid that we're spending so much energy trying to force our will on something that doesn't really want to be there, and I mean, we can't even eat it.
I mean, the truth is, I do understand the reason why some people might want it. Maybe their work all the time and they don't have time for a garden. But there were castle owners in England. I read about them in the 70s. They were realizing that it takes a lot of money to maintain a castle and a lot of labor, and not just the lawn, but the lawns were often huge. So what they found is rather than do these grass lawns that you have to reseed every year, they'd put in creeping thyme and mints and chamomile and things that were, native to England that just sprawled. They had usually medicinal gardens, and it was usually a couple inches high, and goats could go out there and eat if they wanted to, and people could go out there and harvest wild plants. And that makes a lot of sense. Out here, we have something called pineapple weed, which is a relative of the chamomile. And we have a lot of I've seen lawns that were solid with sweet alyssum and chamomile and the plantains and the dandelion, of course. Some of the stuff gets taller, mallow or sow thistle gets big, but it certainly is a thing that somebody can do who's more, it takes less water too. So the house that I described here in this book, they had parked vehicles on the so-called front lawn area. So there was no grass lawn when I moved in there. It was like the dump in the neighborhood, and we were able to buy it. And we cleared out the front yard area, which was like adobe. And within a year, we had a fellow who was a tree pruner. Instead of taking his chips to the dump like they were doing back then, he took it to our front yard. And we had a mountain, maybe, 3 feet high in our front yard, which eventually got smaller and smaller. That soil eventually was fantastic. We grew corn and lamb's quarter and tomatoes and fruit trees, and it was rich soil, but it took about a year to soften up all of the adobe. So I'm a big fan also, Kyle, of just do things within your budget. A lot of times I see things online and I think, if I had $1 million to spare, I might do what that guy's doing too. And if I had nothing else to do in my life but garden all day, I might do what that person's doing. But for the average person, you want something that works and doesn't require a whole heck of a lot of maintenance. So I wouldn't say we were low income, but we didn't have a whole lot of money to spare. So a lot of the gardening was plants that we could get for free. Neighbors or friends who were separating plants. We got cactus that way. We got a lot of our fruit trees that way. Or, a yard sale when somebody's moving and they're giving things away. And mulch is easy to get for free. And so anybody who's doing all of these things in their home, gardening and so forth, you're going to get an abundance of weeds and wild foods that I have a gardener that I interview. I guess you know this. I do a lot of writing, so I write for newspapers and magazines. So there's this one guy that I wrote about who he's an intensive farmer, but when I go there, he shows me all of his tomatoes and lettuce and crops. He as he's pulling out the weeds, he says, "Oh yeah, I know you like weeds. If you want these," but he throws the sow thistle away. He's learned to eat purslane, but I said to him, "Dude, this is how you double your harvest. You learn how to eat the weeds. You have really bigger, better quality weeds than most yards because of what you do to the soil." So he has his whole backyard intensively grown in raised beds, and he gets he practically lives off of it, even though it's like an average urban backyard. He said he gets about 50 to 70% of his food from his own backyard. He's retired, and that's all he does. I mean, really, he's a farmer in the urban backyard. Eventually, he might start eating some of the weeds. I don't know, but I'm not trying to convince people to do what I do. We share ideas, and everybody has sometimes a niche or a reason why they're getting into this. Over the years, I've been doing this a long time. Over the years, I get people who are interested in it for nutritional reasons. And I think you had a presenter today talking about the nutritional value of these plants, did you not? And so the United States Department of Agriculture publishes the nutritional value of foods. I have the hard copy, it's called Analysis of Foods. It's what dietitians use. And I've reprinted that in most of my books. Most of the, you showed a few of them, but like, this is one of my Falcon guides. These have a chart in every one of the common plants that are in there that have been analyzed by USDA or another agency. And when I was first researching this, probably 35, 40 years ago, what I found with the standard USDA data, that most nutritious plants in the world are not any of our farm-grown plants. The most nutritious plants, and this is just looking at the numbers, studying the numbers, there might be some error and some mistakes and maybe a little high, a little low, but just look at the numbers across the board. You learn that conventional lettuce is next to worthless, but you learn that lamb's quarter is like eating a mineral tablet. Curly dock is incredible, one of the richest sources of vitamin A. The purslane plant, the richest source of omega-3 fatty acids. I mean, a lot of these are just astounding in their nutritional value. So even if you were to add these things to a conventional diet, you're coming out way ahead. And a lot of the people that came to my early classes were into nutrition and the whole idea that the conventional food is lost its nutritional value. I also have gotten over the years, it comes up and down, and I'm sure you guys hear this a lot, the people that are, the world's going to end next week or next month, or there's a prediction, there's the Maya calendar. I've lived through, I think, 6 ends of the world so far. And it's been very painful, mind you, by the way. Y2K. I mean, so a lot of this relates and dovetails with survival skills, obviously. I mean, I don't look at all of this in a vacuum. When I was in high school, I thought I could survive well if I just knew about wild plants. Well, I could eat, but I'm the kind of person that encourages people to be a part, support your neighborhood garden, support your local farms, support organic farms, support the community that you live in. Do neighborhood watch so you can get to know your neighbors, because in an emergency, it's not just about feeding or feeding yourself, for God's sake. It's about the strength of the community. So wild foods and gardens in every backyard builds strength into the community. And CERT training is like a survival training. I totally understand that they're into it for whatever reason. So we've had macrobiotic people who want to live off the land. And my big beef with macrobiotic people, well, dietarily, I have no beef, but that wasn't even intended as a pun, by the way. But there are macrobiotic people that try to tell me like the native people could live off the land without meat. And, I don't really think that they could have. I know they didn't, but we today can get the best food from anywhere in the world, whether it's in season for us or not. We live in a unique time. The Native Americans had to get all their food local, pretty much what was in season or what was dried. So a macrobiotic person can do that today. They can get the food of the world, the best food of the world, whenever you want, and you could live in a really pure way. But and you know, when we call it wild foods, of course, it's wherever it's growing on its own accord. The concept of native and non-native is a, you know, we presume it's a post-Columbian idea, when now we have a Pangea botanically, where we have plants of the world pretty much everywhere. Now, you mentioned one of my books. This is one that I wrote. It's still in print. It's going to be updated in a year or two. Can you all see that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
My wife is yelling left, and I'm turning it to the left, but I think maybe it's to the right. So she says to the left. So in any event, that book consists of plants that are all everywhere in North America. They're mostly European native. I know purslane is in there, which is from India. There might be a couple from Africa, but some of the Pangean type, I call them the Pangean plants, that are found everywhere in the world, are mostly from Europe. And you can use those, you know, year round, because people have traveled and taken their plants with them, either intentionally or accidentally. So a lot of the things that we call weeds, and even the medicines, they're found everywhere. There was a friend of mine he lives in Idaho, and he told me one summer he was going to plow a little 2-acre area on his farm. So he tilled it, and then some rains came, and he never got around to planting the corn or whatever he was going to plant. And he said, guess what? Lamb's quarter grew, and mallow grew, and south thistle grew. And he went on and on. He said, I just harvested what already grew. I didn't need to plant anything that season. So a lot of these things grow because apparently the conditions in North America are good for them, or they wouldn't be growing here. You know, if the plant grows well, the conditions are right for them. The concept of native, to me, is neither here nor there. I do know that some people very much dislike some of the plants that I encourage people to use and even grow in their yards because they are non-native. Now, that does lead me to another point about sustainability. I said that I don't like some mushroom pickers because they overpick, and I don't like many of the sage pickers because they overpick. When I say overpick, they take it all. They practically ruin the plant. So I hope everybody here is doing things in a sustainable way. If you have a backyard and you have space, and there's plants that you like to eat, let's say you like lamb's quarter, collect some seed and get it growing in your yard. You don't have to always go into the wild. I try to be very discreet when I pick. I try not to be seen unless somebody thinks I'm clearing, because I don't want to give the wrong impression. There are places where there's a legal gray line, or maybe because I remember collecting once in a city area. Police officer came by. He asked me, do you have a permit for that? I didn't want to be a wise ass, but I said, what permit are you referring to, officer? He said, a gathering permit. So because of his voice tone, I pulled out a gathering permit for a totally distant area and showed it to him. And he said, okay, thank you. Have a nice day. He just wanted to see a legality. But the reality is I eventually tried to get a gathering permit for the particular area I was in, which bordered on several cities. And finally, after going the full circle, go to this person, go to that person, go to that person. And I knew some of these people at City Hall. One guy finally said to me, look, nobody's going to give you a permit. I said, why? Because nobody wants to take responsibility if somebody says you can't be picked there. Just go do it. And they go weed whack there. They hire weed whackers to go clean the area. Just go do it and do as you've done. Now that's a gray area. Some people like to have legality, like if you're harvesting for a farmer's market or something. But I do encourage people to get seed or roots and grow the things that you like in your yards, so you have it near. I mean, another issue with wild harvesters is that somebody asked me, why dry things? Why are you drying things? You're not drying most things because you need to dry them to use them. They're always better fresh. You're drying things because it may not be in season in 6 months when you want it. Or you're drying a horehound because maybe time of year you want it, you want to dry it at that time and store it. There's only a few plants that you have to really dry before you can eat. Like, you guys know what chaya is, C-H-A-Y-A? It's a Mayan food. It's in the spurge family. Well, that's toxic raw. You wouldn't put it in salad. So if you're going to make it into a tea, you almost always dry it. Should I read what somebody wrote? State authorities don't like the idea that people can be self-sufficient. Bureaucracy is a joke. In some areas, that's unfortunately, that's the truth. I don't quite get it, because if you think about it, oh yeah, if they can't profit, they have no interest. That's an interesting point. So they're going to want to license you sometimes. You get to pay for a license. If you are a wise forager and a discreet forager, you probably should not have to pay for a license to do this. I know that in the Angeles National Forest, you can get a foraging permit. It's free. It's nothing. If you're picking European natives, they don't want those there. So it's okay. If you go through the bureaucracy, you can find out what the rigmarole is, and it varies from place to place. I was once earning side income. This was a long time ago. I wouldn't even consider this anymore. But a long time ago, I was a wildcrafter. Do they still use the word wildcrafter to mean somebody who harvests? So I was a wildcrafter. I harvested in bulk. I sold to the middleman who sold to the herb companies. Okay, so I would get things like mugwort and passion vines and epizode, and I had 5 or 6 herbs that I could get literally in bulk, so big boxes of it. I dried it in my parents' attic, I boxed it, and I got so much per pound. And all the stuff that I was picking was in great abundance. Nobody minded me doing it. Today, you see people, the curly dock, for example, grows in some of these same areas. That really is an invasive weed. When that gets in there, all those perennial roots are there. So there are Armenian people who come in and they harvest as much as they can, and nobody minds, because they want that out of there. And it's a good food and a good medicine. But I didn't really make that much money wildcrafting, and now I just do it for myself. But when I wildcrafted in bulk, I would send to a middleman, and the guy that I would sell it to, one day he called me or emailed me. No, he couldn't have emailed me. We didn't have email. He wrote me a letter or called me, and he said, "Can you get ginkgo biloba leaves?" Because there are a lot of ginkgo trees all around town. You guys know what that is, right? The ginkgo biloba. Okay, so the nuts are edible. The leaves are good for your blood circulation. Supposedly it helps your memory, and it probably helps the memory because it increases your blood circulation. So I said, I said, dude, I can't get enough ginkgo biloba in a short amount of time to make it worth my while. I had to pick through all the stuff and get all the junk out of there. And you know what he said to me? This was the last wild crafting I did. He said, just rake it up and put it in a box. I said, yeah, but it would take me forever to get all the crud out of there. He said, no, we don't care. You could have, didn't you know, you could have up to 15% adulterant. I said, what? 15, you know what adulterant means? That means there's some other junk in there. And when they homogenize it all and put it in a tea bag, you're drinking that. So that's why if I need the tea, I harvest it myself. If it's something I need, it's special, I harvest it myself. Like when COVID began, we started getting these everlasting flowers, but you can buy it at the herb store. This is really good for that, but it's pure. My stuff is 100%. When I heard that I could have a 15% adulterant, that turned me off to the whole notion. He said, nobody cleans it like that. My stuff that I sold him had always been 100% pure. So every now and then you read about somebody has a tea of some sort and they get sick or they die. It's not often. And then they analyze it, meaning they open up the tea bag and see what it is. Oh, poison hemlock in there. All it takes is a little to kill you. So, I would encourage wildcrafters to do it pure. If you have to charge more, or you just do that among your friends. So you don't know what happens when the stuff goes to a middleman. Do we have any questions? I'm talking away here.
I got one for you,
Yeah.
Chris.
Yes, who's Brian? You talking?
Yeah, this is Brian. Hey.
Okay, hi, Brian.
Yeah, thanks for being here, number one. Question I'm always curious about, especially with people who've been long time, and someone like you who has a lot of experience, not just foraging, but with, various skills, or skills, so to speak. Have you ever done any extended periods of time where you ate just all wild foods? If so, is there anything you could say about that? Or if not, has there been times where you're incorporating more percentage of wild food into your diet? Or how do you sort of incorporate that on a daily basis as well? So a few different questions in there.
Okay, well, I'll try to answer. I mean, I always get asked, how long have you lived on strictly wild foods? And my first point is, I'm not trying to make a record or anything. And I'm not trying to, like, some people may have done that on the TV shows, but when I was just out of high school, it was probably 1975. So I had about 5 years of botany study under my belt, maybe 5 or 6 years. So I would have been 20 years old. That's hard to believe. But I went up to the mountains for a week with no food, regular gear, but no food. And I didn't know what I know now, but I had, I had lamb's quarter and watercress and acorns, and I had plenty to eat, but I was bored. I was bored just to go there. I realized, okay, so there's more to life than having a good meal. But no, so I never went hungry. There was plenty of food. I've done it for as long as 2 weeks on another occasion. In 1999, Backpacker magazine called me and they said, can you go backpacking and while foraging? And I said, well, of course, I do it all the time. You mean, they're just saying like 3 days. I'm saying, of course, that's easy. If you have the place and the season is right. So they said, well, can we send a reporter to go out with you? This was in, I think this was in the year I don't know, it's October of 99 or 2000, they published it. But I went out with them for 3 days. The reporter came, I brought my son-in-law and a friend, my dog, and the reporter wrote, and I said to the people from Backpacker, do you mean I get to take all my gear? Because I thought it was like a survival thing. I said, yeah, take your gear, just don't take food. That's easy. He wrote a glowing story about all the meals we made. I mean, we had acorns, we caught fish, okay? We had lamb's quarter, we had nightshade berries. It was fall, but there were still plenty of greens. There was watercress, there was sow thistle, there was all the native and the non-native stuff. We even found vetch, which is a wild pea, which was late in the year, but we found vetch. And I'm trying to remember, there probably were wild cherries still. We made a sweat lodge. We had quite an experience. I mean, so it's not hard to do it, but what I advise people is do your homework first. Get to know every plant really well, because they look different throughout the growing season. There's, when the lamb's quarter is dying, a dead lamb's quarter still has edible seed, but it doesn't look like the thing in the book that you saw with the beautiful picture online. So do it little by little. So I get, I'm going to sidetrack for a minute and I'll come back. But I get a call every now and then. I remember one guy very distinctly. He said, how many of your classes do I need to take before I can cut my family's food bill to zero? And I said, dude, that is not why I got into this personally, to cut my food bill to zero. You have to be into it because you want to live off the land. You like the taste of it. You want to enhance your meals, but he just insisted. I said, okay, well, how many wild plants in your whole life have you ever identified? Zero. Okay, so dude, how many wild plants in your whole life have you ever eaten? Zero. I said, how about your family? They're not going to want to eat wild foods quickly, go from, all their pampered, cultivated foods and eating acorns and berries or whatever even if they learned it in 6 months. So I said, no, I said, if you were trying to save money, go to the 99-cent store. Or if you're trying to save money, use coupons or get EBT from the government and have a garden in your backyard. No, I was just trying to be real with the guy. So it took me 5 years, at least 5 years, because I was interested in then I could go out and I could feed myself. Now, feeding a family is a whole different thing, but I could feed myself for 3 days. I took Backpacker magazine out there. He wrote a really glowing story about, the guy I took was my friend he was quite a botanist. He's a better botanist than me. He knew trees really well. So between the two of us and the guy, the reporter, we ate well for 3 days. Now, when the book that I showed you in here, this Extreme Simplicity, we gardened, we had chickens, we had a pig, we had rabbits, we had a goose, so we got eggs. The pig was a pet, that was just fertilizer for the plants. But we lived off of our yard. We had fruit trees. So we ate the weeds as well, the lamb's quarter, the purslane, the different things that came up. So I would say that it has always been a supplemental part of my diet. It's probably, on average, probably never been more than 10 to 15 to 20% of my whole diet. Okay, but there were periods of time during the 90s when it probably was up to 50%, because we got almost all of our food out of our garden. It was wild and cultivated, and we did buy cheese. And I have to admit, I know some of you will think less of me, but I did buy ice cream, okay? Because I couldn't get that out of the garden. That's true. I mean, I'm not perfect. Well, it's not bad. It's not bad to like ice cream. So generally, I think that a person that wants to totally live off the land, and I know people that do around the country in different settings, they do raise animals or they hunt as well to get everything that they need. And I did eat rabbits. I did eat some of the chickens, but the chickens are mostly for eggs. To get everything your body needs, you're going to do that. I remember during the time when we were living off of our garden, there was these people that, do you guys remember the Society of Primitive Technology? It was out of Idaho. The guy who runs the annual Rabbit Stick Rendezvous, he put the magazine together called the Bulletin of Primitive Society, the Bulletin for the Society of Primitive Technology. Anyway, I wrote for them for a while. I got to know a lot of the people who are really, really into it, totally wanting to live off the land 100%. I met a few people who do. I met one lady from Hawaii who did it for short periods of time. There's things that you can't get off the land in your area, like coffee. So you better grow tea or, coffee. That's one of the major food groups. So I have to get that through trade or buying it at the store. And so the one group called me once. They had read something I wrote in the bulletin about acorns. Okay, everybody listening here probably knows what an acorn is. A child knows what an acorn is. They're on the city streets, they're in the fields, they're everywhere. The nut in the scaly cap. Low protein, high carbohydrate, abundant. And Native American people, especially in the West, they thrived on acorns. So these people asked me, how can I make a dish of just acorn? Just acorn. I said, it's a heavy, starchy food. You mix acorns with other stuff, and if I eat just a little dumpling of just acorns, it fills you up. So I mix it with other flour, and I make bread or pancakes or things, but I don't, I have made pancakes recently, strictly acorns. They're very thin because everybody wants to see what it's just like with only acorns and nothing else. But even Native people didn't do that. Native people didn't eat just a whole block of this solid starchy food. They usually didn't make breads or pancakes. They blended the acorn meal into like a soup or a gruel, and they would add some greens, and they'd add meat, and they'd add stuff to it, and then the protein would be blended out throughout the whole dish. So a lot of times when people want to live off the land, they're forgetting, like, you don't live on just eggplants. You don't live on just tomatoes, right? You have a balanced diet with a variety of things. Nobody lives on just potatoes. You mix it and blend it with other things to get complete proteins. So when they asked me, how can I make a dish of just acorns? At first I thought they were joking. I said, well, have you ever tried to eat acorns by themselves? They said, yeah, that's why we're asking you. I said, well, I don't have any secret answers for you. You're doing it wrong. Do it in balance with other things. Any other questions? Did I answer your question, Bryan? I kind of did, right?
Yeah, certainly. Really appreciate it. And if anyone from the audience has questions that they would like to ask Christopher, please go ahead and start typing those in, and we can relay them to you, Chris.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris, I just wanted to just talk a little bit about like I live and I work on an organic farm up in Redding as well. But
So you're up in Northern California.
yes, yes, sir.
Is Redding still a forest? Last time I drove through there, it was all forest.
Yeah, there's forests all around, but there a lot of places are getting built out and
Oh, so
developed.
your name comes off to my screen as Kyle Redding Forager. So that's supposed to say Kyle from Redding, who is a forager.
Yep.
Forager is not your last name, is it?
No. I just drop the unimportant words and just keep it simple.
Okay. So so I saw somebody asked about storing acorns. So you know what I always hear people, I saw it in the chat or whatever. I always hear people telling me that they store their acorns in the freezer. And I'm thinking, why? That requires electricity. So you could. So if you have not processed acorns, I'm going to tell you what I do briefly. I don't necessarily shell them right away, but I dry them right away in the sun or with an electric heater or in the sun. You dry them so that any moisture doesn't get moldy and you don't get bugs in there. So you always dry them right away. Okay, that's number one. And then, I don't shell them at first. I just dry them in the shell. And then when I'm ready to use them, I shell them and then I grind them unleached, and I put it in like a coffee sieve device. It's basically a metal colander that I put a cloth in, and then I grind it. I put the acorn flour in there. It's still raw, and I pour water through it. And then how many times do you pour the water? You pour it until the acorn is no longer bitter. People said, I thought it was 2 minutes or 3 minutes or 5 pours. That's it. Somebody wrote that down because it took them 5 pours. The bitterness varies from season to season. So you pour water through the acorns until it's no longer bitter. Nothing to memorize. When it tastes good, then it's ready to go. And then I'll mix that with other flours and put it in a stew or make a bread or a biscuit or a pancake. I usually don't do all of that rigmarole until I'm ready to do the cooking. If I want flour in advance, I'll do that process when the flour is no longer bitter. Then I will dry it. I used to do it a different way where I boiled the acorns, shell them, boil them in multiple waters. That removes all the oil, unfortunately, too. But that's a quick way to leach. And then I put it through a meat grinder while they're wet, and then I dry that as a coarse flour, and then store that. So there's a lot of ways to do it, but I just kind of dry them whole, put them in a container that the rats aren't going to find, because rats will find them and eat them. They like them too. If you like it, they like it. So you put it in a metal tin or heavy plastic thing, not in a plastic bag, in a place that rats can get to. Did you have a question, Kyle? I used to talk, and then I made a stupid joke about your name. And I don't know if you had a question there earlier.
No, it's all good. Well, I was just gonna kind of compare the amount of work and labor it goes into ag and growing food, like on a farm. You have to, till and plant seeds and harvest and pick weeds all in a hot sun. Whereas if you just, get the wild stuff, really, you just have to know what to harvest and when and go out and get it. And it's like,
but that's a good point. Everybody has always heard, and I've been told, that's a lot of work to do all that. But then when you think about what it takes to grow wheat, you got to get all the other stuff out of the field. You got to fertilize it, plant it, water. It's a lot of work to do that too, just stretched over a longer period of time. I argue that you're doing less work with acorn processing. When you think about it, the hardest part for me is probably just the collecting, just the time it takes to collect. All the other steps, they go pretty quick, really. If you do them all one step at a time, you do mass production, it's not actually that much labor. Think about it as the women get together to knit in the old days or weave. It's the, you know, you get together and you do these things that don't require a lot of thought. You just do the same thing over and over. It's not that hard to do. You get together with the guys and you do your thing and you have food for the year practically, you know, it's not that hard. I saw a chat pop up. Are there really that many poisonous plants? Now, in every one of my books, you guys know who Tom Elpel is?
Mm-hmm.
Tom Elpel, he wrote Botany in a Day, but there's a little chart that's not in his Botany in a Day book. It's in his, one of his other books, the one where you teach wildness to children, but I don't know if you can see it. It's a little chart. He's given me permission to use it in all of my books. It's just a graph, and the graph shows that the whole. I'll explain it. Can you actually see that?
A little bit. It's kind of blurry, but we can kind of see it.
It's just a graph, and it points out that almost all plants can be used medicinally. Almost all plants, if you know how to do it. And of all the stuff that you eat, that's a small portion. Most of those are greens. The smaller portion are the seeds. Okay. So of all of the plants, it's a small portion that you can eat. And then on the other extreme of the things that are toxic or can kill you, it's really a small percentage of the plants. Okay, so the ones that outright kill you are really small, like poison hemlock, you a little bit, you die. The ones that get you sick. So there is a broader range of plants. I'm not suggesting you go out and eat things randomly, but there's a really small variety of plants that actually, are you guys, did I lose you? Okay, there's really just a small portion of plants that will outright kill you, but some of them are really widespread, like poison hemlock. So it's a good idea to learn the very toxic plants in your area. There's only like 4 or 5 that I make sure people know in my area. So there is this thing that I see in books all the time that I am not a fan of, called the universal plant test. You guys have heard that ridiculousness? Eat a little bit. If you don't get sick, eat a little more. If you don't die, it's probably good. I mean, I'm making fun of it, but that's probably how people learned what was edible. We have so much knowledge at our fingertips. We don't need to do that. You should just do your study. Find out what's edible and what's not edible. Versus a so-called universal plant test is for the lazy people who don't want to study or do field work. I do not advise you to do that. But the reason why more people don't die is because there really aren't that many plants that are going to kill you outright. The quiz works accidentally. So all of you who have my Guide to Wild Foods book, I'm sure everybody here probably has a copy already, right? This is the latest version, my Guide to Wild Foods. So I want to read something briefly. It's the most important part of the plant. It's the most important part of the book that nobody reads, because I always quiz people after they got the book. Did you read the appendix about the safe families? No, I didn't get that far. Okay, it's the most important part of the book. When I was studying back still in the 70s, my mentor, Dr. Nari, worked with me on this book. Two different mentors of mine worked with me on this book. And Dr. Nari, he had a PhD, he's from Estonia. He had a PhD in chemistry and botany. I always call him the greatest botanist that nobody knows, because he was pre-internet. You do a search for him, and the only thing you find is what I wrote about him. But he got into botany and the studies that he got into because he saw people starving during Nazi occupation, during World War II. And he believed that with knowledge of chemistry and botany, you can save people's lives. And I thought that's really admirable. And that was his driving force his whole life. He died about 10 years ago or so, but his influence is all throughout my work. And he said, know the individual plants. Yes, know the individual plants, but learn the families that they're a part of, because there are so many edible families. And this is just there are more than are in the book. But for example, the amaranth family, I give cautions. There's some cautions, but the amaranth family is an entirely safe family. And some of this has changed, not a lot of it. The cactus family, if it's palatable, you can eat it. If you're sure it's a cactus. There's things that people call cactus that are not. Now, granted, some people get sick by eating a cactus, and that has to do with personal their personal, their gut or whatever, but because it's slimy. The chicory tribe of the sunflower family. Sunflower family is huge, but the chicory tribe is the lettuce, the dandelion, the sow thistle, those plants. And they have white sap, they have 5 petals, 5 teeth on the petals. Some people disagree with me on this one, but Dr. Nari believed it was true that in the uncurling stage, you can eat any fern, not the frond, the uncurling frond. Somebody said, can you tell me the book you're referencing? I'm doing self-promotion, shameless self-promotion. My book, Guide to Wild Foods. This is what it looks like. This is the current edition that you can find. Okay, Guide to Wild Foods. It's my list of safe families. And there, the safe families always have some considerations. The goosefoot family, the Chenopodiaceae, all grasses. There's no poisonous grasses. If you get the seed, the mature seed with no mold, or you get the blade with no chemicals on it, that's a huge family. The mallow family, another safe family. The mint family, there's a few considerations. Again, I'm just going over the tip of the iceberg here. The mustard family, fantastic family. Because a lot of our commercial crops come from the mustard family, the broccoli, the kohlrabi, the Brussels sprouts, the radish. But the watercress is in the mustard family. It's a huge family. How many members? I have the numbers in here somewhere too. I don't remember. The onions. If you can recognize an onion, you can eat it. But I always say you don't have to pull up the bulb. Leave that in the ground so it keeps growing. Eat the greens. Some wild onions are very tiny. The purslane family. Now they broke up the purslane family into a miner's lettuce family, but they're all safe to eat. Okay, so if you can recognize the botanical features that comprise the family, you could cautiously eat members of that group. The rose family. Now, rose family, you got to read the cautions because some of them will get you a little sick. But generally, you have all of your stone fruits are in the rose family. And seaweeds. Seaweeds are good as long as they're not rotting on the beach. In these days, if you're in Santa Monica, any of you guys on the West Coast know that's the LA County's toilet, literally, not figuratively. And so you don't want to go out there and get your seaweeds. When I eat seaweeds, I have to be way up above Zuma Beach, which is an hour's drive or so north of here. Did somebody else ask a question that I didn't answer? I saw a question pop up down here.
Yeah, Cindy's asking, when foraging mushrooms, even if we positively ID the mushroom and double and triple check, she does a small cooked taste test and wait 24 hours. Do people need
wait, small cook? What is a small cooked taste test?
Where you cook a small piece of it and then eat it, and then you wait to see if there's any reaction for 24 hours before eating any more of it.
Okay, so in other words, even if everybody, let's say you positively identified it, we're not sure if she has positively identified it because she's doing this because as a beginner, you're not 100% confident. It looks right, it seems right, but you're not 100% sure. That can only come with time. That can't come by watching a YouTube show. That just comes, there are things that I had to see over and over and over for a year or years before I knew that's absolutely what it is. No plants look identical, absolutely, but that's always a rose. That's a rose, that's a rose. That's a lamb's quarter, just older, the soil's different. So I would say that's really good to do that test to see how your body reacts. That's really smart. And I always did that. I mean, when I was learning, I went to the LA Mushroom Society meetings. These were the old guys. They're my age now, but they were all guys in their 70s and older, and 80 and 90s who've been doing mushrooms, studying mycology their whole life. They would bring mushrooms to our meetings. They would tell us what the mushrooms were that they found on their field trips. Then we'd have field trips too. But we had once a month Monday night meetings at some bank building. People came from all over the LA area, and we would learn about the plants. Learn about the mushrooms, and then have slideshows too. But every time they brought edible mushrooms, I insisted on taking home one of the edible mushrooms and eating it all the time. I got tired of vomiting, so I would take the mushroom home. And I remember the guy after I called him and told him I vomited heavily after I ate that. And he said, "Well, didn't you remember I said it is known to disagree with some people. I said, oh, that's what that means. You might vomit when you go home. And so he said, partly, and he said, I eat it all the time, but I never got sick. But it is known to disagree with some people. Sometimes, our body chemistry is different. That's why when doctors give a drug to somebody, it acts some ways to some people and different to another. Another nut mushroom, by the way, the inky caps. You guys all know the inky caps, right? Caprinus. Yep. The Caprinus is now called Capliniaceus, I think. But the so-called inky caps, if Kyle goes home and has a shot of whiskey and cooks up some inky caps and puts them on toast, you're going to be vomiting before midnight, because the chemical in the inky caps causes vomiting with alcohol. I never drink, so I don't have any problem with inky caps. I don't have an issue whatsoever. So there's a lot of, our body chemistries are different, but what Cindy suggested is good for beginners until you're absolutely certain. Like when I was studying plants, when I said I spent a month with the plant, I meant that. I would see it every day. I'd go back and look at it. I watch it getting older. I look at what it looks like when it goes to seed. Oh, over here, that's the same plant, but it's in poor soil. It looks different. And then, I would eat it, and I would, be very cautious about the taste. Is the texture the same? Oh yeah, it's the same plant. It takes a while, and I would get to know the plants driving by. I could identify a plant driving by in a car. Certain common plants. You should be able to do that with time. You could know absolutely that's what it is, because you know the overall shape. You know everything about it. So you're not, and that comes with time. And then after a while, you see the mushroom. Yeah, that's the honey mushroom. That's our Malaya, of course. Cook it a certain way, but that comes with time. That doesn't come with seeing 2 images on YouTube. I'm not trying to be down on YouTube, but so many people have told me what they know from YouTube contradicted things that I know from experience, and I just say, okay, whatever. Believe what you want, right?
Right on. Hey, thank you, Chris, for sharing all that. And yeah, that's a really, really important point to really get out there. And I'm super inspired to go out and spend a month with a plant like that and really get to know it. It's very easy to gloss over things in our world these days. So thank you for that inspiration. And just real quick before we sign off, I gave people the link to your website so they can find you to, sign up for classes if they're in the LA area. I don't know if you do classes in other places as well. And also to find your books and to just network with you. Is there anything else you want to announce as far as anything up and coming that you would like to let people know about or direct them anywhere else?
Well, we have, look at the books. There's a few deals on the books. And I want to make an offer to everybody here. You got to pay postage if you buy the book from me, but I'll give you a 10% discount if you say you're with the program. Okay. And we also have study, the classes that are videotaped that I do that are online, that are on Zoom. It's like attending a class and listening to the people talk about it. We have many of those at our store on the website. Some of you might find those useful. They're on plants, they're on survival skills, on water, on all of the topics that we teach. But I do appreciate you suggesting people look there, Bryan. The website also has podcasts that I've done, TV things that I've done, and a lot of the articles are there you can find as well on the blog. I think it says a blog or something. There's Plant of the Month. I try to do a new one each month. Sometimes I don't make it, but all of that is there too.
Incredible. Well, hey, thank you for sharing so much. Thank you for all the years of work and study and rigor that you've put into this, and for passing it on to these future generations.
Thank you. My father once asked me, why do I do this? And I said, because I don't know any better. It's like he once looked at a bowl that I made. I burned it and carved it out of a burl. And I said, Dad, it took me 5 hours to do this. And he looked at it and he said, how long did you say it took you? 5 hours. He said, you know that you can get a cup at Kmart for 59 cents? Helen just made a note that you can find my updates on Facebook as well. And go to the website. I really appreciate being a part of this, and have a good show tomorrow too.
Thank you so much, Chris. We really appreciate you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks.
All right, that was awesome. Super, super grateful to hear Christopher's information and just ended on such a high note with so much knowledge. Wow. What an incredible guy. So yeah, as Christopher alluded to, we are doing this again tomorrow, and we have another 7 hours of intense foraging programming for all of you to tune into, with lots of great speakers. We have mycologists on tomorrow. You can check out our schedule on Facebook and see who you want to tune in for. We're really grateful for y'all being here. Yeah, anything else, Kyle? Anything that I'm forgetting about that we should mention to people about tomorrow?
I think it's pretty much the same as it is today. We got, a different lineup and everything. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah. So we'll get started tomorrow at 12 o'clock Eastern, going until 7 Eastern. We have another musical performance in the evening by Mother Marrow. Really excited to hear them. We have Kelly as our keynote speaker, Kelly Moody, if y'all have heard the Ground Shots podcast. Yeah, many different amazing speakers. Check out the schedule. Thank you all so much for coming out and for being a part of this, and for just doing what you do and being good stewards of the earth and wanting to regenerate this planet with us. So we're super grateful, and we look forward to seeing y'all tomorrow.